Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us today. I am, for those of you who don't know me already, Katie Culver. I'm the director of the Center for Journalism Ethics and the James E. Burgess Chair in Journalism Ethics here in the School of Journalism and Mass Communication at UW-Madison. I am so delighted to be here today, and I am grateful to you for joining us. A few logistics for those of you who didn't find your way to the coffee and breakfast. It's just outside that wall, that back wall. When we have our first break, we've got water, coat racks, all of that. Wi-Fi, you can either join Discovery Guest or Town Center. They work the same, no password needed. The restrooms are just out this door in kind of the silver hallway out that way. I'd like to start off by thanking our sponsors today, the EVU Foundation, which is the charitable arm of the Capital Times here in Madison, Craig Newmark Philanthropies, the Wisconsin Humanities Council, MG&E Foundation, the Wisconsin Center for Investigative Journalism, hi Dee, she's right over there, the Wisconsin Newspaper Association, and the Wisconsin Broadcasters Association. I also want to give a huge shout out of thanks to our board members. The advisory board for the Center for Journalism Ethics is one of the greatest parts of my life. It is a group of dedicated, energetic, smart, and funny people. They provide so many ideas, so many connections, and things like today do not happen without those folks. So those of you, maybe wave your little hand up, my little board members. So thank you for being here. I'd also like to thank my journalism school colleagues, some of whom are here and some of whom are off doing other things today. It's a very busy day in the J School. They are so supportive of the work of the center and really make a person feel valued on the 5th floor of Vilas Hall. It's one ugly building that we work in, but one beautiful group of people to work with. I'd like to thank we have a special set of visitors today. That's the Board of Visitors for the School of Journalism and Mass Communication. You guys can wave there. They're here for a whole bunch of different meetings, but joining us today for our outstanding keynote. So thank you so much for being here. Also thanks to those folks in the back, our student fellows from the center. They're going to be doing all sorts of social media engagement and promoting the work that we're doing here today, which is partly in person, but also live streamed to a whole bunch more people, hundreds more people that are here in the room with us today. And then finally, the person without whom any of this happens, and that is Krista Eastman in the back with the black mask. I'd like a hearty round of applause. Any of you who are participating today have had some sort of interaction with Krista. She is kind and funny, and I have to say, exceptionally understanding, which I need. Okay, so without further ado, let me turn to today's keynote. I am thrilled to introduce Sewell Chan. Sewell joined the Texas Tribune as editor-in-chief in October of 2021, after a widely respected term as editorial page editor at the Los Angeles Times. He led coverage there that earned the Pulitzer for editorial writing in 2021. Sewell worked at the New York Times for 14 years as a Metro reporter, Washington correspondent, deputy op-ed editor, and international news editor. He began his career as a local reporter at the Washington Post. My favorite line from his bio is that as a child of immigrants, Sewell was the first in his family to graduate from college. And not just college, that would be Harvard and Oxford. Sewell was our unanimous choice to deliver this keynote because of his deep dedication to ethics. I have interacted with Sewell's work on so many different fronts over so many different years, and that is the through line through all of it, that integrity that he brings to everything that he does. So please join me in welcoming Sewell Chan for his talk, Can Journalism Bring About Justice?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Hi, thanks so much for coming out on a Friday morning. It's a great honor to be here today. I want to thank in particular Professor Culver for that very kind introduction and for hosting me here in Madison, my first visit to Wisconsin. It should not have taken so long. And of course, thanks again to Krista Eastman and the staff here for putting on such a wonderful conference. I also want to begin by just saying that I had the great honor earlier in my career of working, not for long, but working for several months with Anthony Shadid in Iraq, actually. And Anthony's memory is really, it's a blessing. and he has really, inspired me. I want to tell one very funny Anthony Shadid story. I was working with him. I was, 26 years old, and in a war zone, and very earnest, as I still sometimes am. And I asked Anthony, "What is the secret to being a great foreign correspondent?" And he said, sticking with the same frequent flyer. His answer was actually Starwood, but Starwood is now Marriott Bonvoy. But it just was an example of how irreverent he could be. He did always stay with Starwood, and it was just very, very funny. So, okay, let's start. Elijah Parrish Lovejoy was the first American journalist to be murdered because of his work. The son of a preacher and farmer, Lovejoy graduated from what's now Colby College in Waterville, Maine. He moved west to find his fortune, but having no money, he had to walk more than 1,200 miles to St. Louis. There, he established a school and became the editor of the St. Louis Observer, a Presbyterian weekly. He used his platform to condemn slavery and to call for gradual emancipation. Missouri was a slave state, and Lovejoy's writing angered powerful men in town who urged him to moderate the tone of his editorials. He refused. The threat of mob violence finally forced Lovejoy to move his printing press across the Mississippi River to Alton in the free state of Illinois. But there too, Lovejoy's writing angered white citizens, many of whom feared that abolitionist sentiment would make it harder to do business with the South and might make their town a haven for people escaping enslavement. On the night of November 7th, 1837, a mob attacked the warehouse that housed Lovejoy's press. He was shot to death. His martyrdom shook the North. It inspired abolitionists and extremists like John Brown. As Ken Ellingwood writes in First to Fall, a biography of Lovejoy published last year, it took insistent journalists like Lovejoy, an obscure editor working his press by hand alone, to test the guarantees they were certain the founders had intended. Lovejoy's fight and the heartening public response to it drew us closer to a modern conception of journalism. And yet, for every Lovejoy, there have been many more journalists and publishers who've been complacent or complicit in the face of injustice. Last year, in a cover story in The Nation, Channing Joseph made a case for media reparations, noting that 19th century newspapers made profits by running advertisements for runaway slaves, and that some of those newspapers are still around today. Also last year, students with the University of Maryland's Howard Center for Investigating Journalism published a series, Printing Hate, that documented how newspapers fanned racial resentment, incited massacres and lynchings, and overlooked or excused racist mob violence and terror between Reconstruction and the start of the Second World War. Just since 2018, publications like National Geographic, the Los Angeles Times, the Kansas City Star, the Philadelphia Inquirer, and the Baltimore Sun have reckoned with their histories of racism and published apologies to readers. I mention these examples because they demonstrate the range of what journalism can do or fail to do. The news can be a vehicle for exposing injustice, uplifting the powerless, and amplifying voices that go unheard. The news can also titillate and sensationalize. It can stoke discord, grievances, and resentments. It can get lost in trivialities and ignore painful truths. Profound questions are being asked of journalism today. Do we align ourselves with the powerful or the powerless? Does our work contribute to equity and justice, or to hierarchy and oppression? Should we focus on the injustices of our time, or do we just go with the flow, play it safe, pander to the crowd, confirm the prevailing prejudices and biases of our time? Should we act as though we're above the fray, or recognize that we too are a pillar of democracy and need to act like one? Can journalism bring about justice is a deliberately provocative question. Clearly, the answer is not a simple yes or no. To attempt an answer, first, I want to ask what we mean by journalism that promotes justice. Second, I want to discuss obstacles that are making it harder for journalists to report the truth. Third, I want to suggest reasons for optimism despite these obstacles. There are at least three broad definitions of justice. The first is legal and procedural. the adjudication of competing claims, the distribution of rewards and punishments, administration of the law. The second is more normative, fairness, impartiality, righteousness. And the third is conformity to truth, fact, or reason, as in being correct, honest, accurate. All three of these definitions have implications for journalism. There is a close relationship between journalism and the law, just as there is between journalism and history. Like a judge or a juror, a journalist is expected to analyze evidence, take stock of competing narratives, and render judgment. Journalists are expected to be fair and impartial. Our first loyalty is to the truth, and the truth is made up of verified facts. We use reason and evidence to assess what is true, and we seek to do justice by our subjects, our sources, and our readers. If the word is so simple, why is talking about justice so difficult? It's difficult in part because there isn't a universally accepted journalistic definition of justice. The definition I want to use today is this: the ethical pursuit of truth in service to democracy. Over the past several years, a debate has emerged over the traditional journalistic norms of objectivity, impartiality, and neutrality. These norms started to emerge in the late 19th century, partly as a reaction to the hyperpartisan press of the early republic and the yellow journalism of the industrial age, when newspapers and magazines were explicit about their political and economic agendas, usually the agendas of their owners. In response to the complexity of the modern age, the political commentator Walter Lippmann proposed objectivity as a method of journalistic inquiry, a reliance on scientific and technocratic expertise, and the weighing of empirical evidence to inform decision makers. Lippmann described the public as a bewildered herd, steeped in ignorance, easily confused and manipulated. In contrast, the philosopher John Dewey agreed that the world had grown too complex to be easily understood by the average citizen, but argued that it was journalism's job to try to educate the masses. Out of an engagement and conversations among citizens, the populace would become better informed and more capable of self-governance. We could recognize those progressive ideals here in Wisconsin, right? Dewey rejected Lippmann's call for an expert elite class to manage democracy, placing his trust in ordinary people to choose their leaders and make the right call most of the time. The Lippmann-Dewey debate continues today, but in a slightly different form that I want to call the Lowry-Rosenstiel-Rosen debate. Named for Wesley Lowery, Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, Tom Rosenstiel, former head of the American Press Institute, and Jay Rosen, an NYU journalism professor. In an influential 2020 essay in the New York Times, Lowery argued that objectivity is a myth. No journalistic process is objective, he wrote, and no individual journalist is objective because no human being is. Objectivity, he wrote, has often been a fig leaf for the point of view of editors, most of them white men. Lowery argued that objectivity created a false illusion of fairness. Conversations about objectivity, rather than happening in a virtuous vacuum, habitually focus on predicting whether a given sentence, opening paragraph, or entire article will appear objective to a theoretical reader who is invariably assumed to be white, he wrote. In its place, Lowery suggested moral clarity, telling hard truths and presenting plainly stated facts. Stop the pussyfooting, euphemisms, the mealy-mouthed hedging. Stop dancing around the truth. Lowery captures, I think, a deep frustration with journalism that's often directed in particular toward political journalists in Washington. These critics are tired of the he said, she said style of reporting, finding it naive at best, cynical at worst. They are tired of both sides journalism and of the false equivalency presented by writers who act as though there are only two sides and that they're equally valid, and who ignore the problem of asymmetric polarization. This powerful critique has grown louder and louder, especially among media critics like Margaret Sullivan and Dan Frumkin. I'm sympathetic to these arguments, but I worry that they're a bit advanced for typical audiences. If you ask ordinary news consumers what counts as quality news, they will still invoke words like objective and neutral. Rosenstiel thinks that the term objectivity can be resuscitated and defended, not as an abstract truth about the human condition, but as a way to describe a method, a process of sifting evidence, testing hypotheses, guarding against propaganda and bias. Humans may not be objective, he concedes, but objectivity as a discipline and method are still useful. Moral clarity, in his view, is too vague to be meaningful. For example, both civil rights activists and white supremacists believe they have moral clarity. In the newest edition of The Elements of Journalism, Rosenstiel writes, if we reduce objectivity to a stereotype and a straw man and abandon the aspiration of deeply reported, open-minded inquiry, then the points of view and explanations we arrive at in our highest attempts at journalism will be shallow and unhelpful, and journalism will become simply another form of advocacy. If we mistake subjectivity for truth, we will have wounded an already weakened profession at a critical time, he writes. If we lose the ability to understand other points of view, we will have allowed our passions to overwhelm the purpose democracy requires of its press. My own view is that the two schools of thought are not as far apart as they might appear. Journalism is not a science, but it is a craft with its own values, norms, and standards. Rigorous and empathetic reporting of the kind Lowry has practiced from Ferguson to Baltimore is exactly what's needed to write with an earned confidence and authority. Rosenstiel is right to urge journalists to be organized, disciplined, and methodical. Lowry is correct in rejecting the euphemisms and obfuscations that are too often used in lazy journalism. One practical example of how these approaches can be reconciled is climate journalism. 25 years ago, it was not uncommon for articles about the environment to quote climate change deniers or skeptics. Today, it's fairly unheard of. The overwhelming scientific consensus is that the atmosphere is warming because human activities emit methane, carbon dioxide, and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. The relevant question isn't whether this is happening, but rather what, if anything, can be done about it? What are the trade-offs involved? I wonder if someday we may be able to talk about economic inequality and structural racism the same way. The facts aren't in dispute, but what to do in response to these facts is not always clear. A harsher perspective is offered by Jay Rosen, who has consistently argued against what he calls the view from nowhere, which positions the journalist as sitting between polarized extremes. It's an attempt defense against charges of partisan bias. American journalists, he writes, have almost a lust for the view from nowhere because they think it has more authority than any other possible stance. Taken to its extreme, the view from nowhere can be quite cynical. It positions the reporters caring only about the speeches and the optics, not the rightness or truth of what is said. This kind of journalism is entrenched in national political coverage, and in my view, it has left no one happy. The left sees this style of reporting as emanating from privilege, detached from the lived experiences and hardships of ordinary people and communities. The right sees this style of political journalism as a masquerade, asserting that most journalists really are liberal, but simply refuse to admit it and pretend to be objective when they aren't. Some journalists like to say, if both sides are pissed off, I must be doing something right. But Rosen and other critics say it's possible that, no, you're simply dead wrong. Rosen can come across as trill and doctrinaire, but I think his critique is sound. It's easy to forget that some of the most cherished journalism of the 20th century had a point of view, even if it was a subtle one. The reporting on civil rights, Walter Cronkite's conclusion that the Vietnam War was unwinnable, the Watergate revelations. These journalists positioned themselves as truth tellers, though it also must be said that their conclusions were hard-earned and reached only after meticulous reporting. Instead of journalism that confronts power, Rosen has described what he calls the worship of savviness in our current time. In politics, our journalists believe it's better to be savvy than it is to be honest or correct on the facts. It's better to be savvy than it is to be just, good, fair, or decent, strictly lawful, civilized, sincere, thoughtful, or humane. Savviness is what journalists admire in others. Savvy is what they themselves dearly wish to be. That quality of being shrewd, practical, hyper-informed, perceptive, ironic, with it, and unsentimental in all things political. And what's the truest mark of savviness? Winning, of course, or knowing who the winners are. End quote. If we're being honest, most political journalists have at some point practiced this kind of journalism, following the horse race, the poll numbers, the latest attack ads, the juicy scuttlebutt, the off-the-record whispers, and more recently, the crunching of polling and survey data, the same way one might analyze baseball statistics. The result has been fairly disastrous, in my view, a trivialization of political news, an erosion of trust across the political spectrum, and a sense that politics is simply a game played by elite insiders. Journalism's deeper mission, to uncover uncomfortable truths and shine a light on injustice, get obscured. Margaret Sullivan wrote in a Washington Post column this past Sunday, "Adherence to the press's true mission and highest calling demands journalism that discards the safety-seeking instinct for false equivalency. It demands journalism that relentlessly and boldly presents the truth." I think she's right. Second part of my talk, as if finding and presenting the truth weren't hard enough, ethical journalism faces a mounting set of obstacles today. That's the second theme of my talk. The way I see it, American journalism is facing three distinct but overlapping crises: a crisis of mistrust, a crisis of unsustainability, and a crisis of misinformation. First, the crisis of trust. In June, the annual digital news report from the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism found that the United States ranked dead last at 29% in trust in the media in a survey of 45 nations plus Hong Kong. Americans trust their news even less than citizens of the Philippines, Turkey, Hungary, and Poland, in which democratically elected strongmen have restricted press freedoms, and even less than residents of Hong Kong, which has cracked down on the press under the pretext of national security. Just as disturbing, the Pew Research Center in October detailed a widening partisan divide. 78% of Democrats and Democratic-leaning independents said they had some or a lot of trust in the media, versus only 35% of Republicans and Republican-leaning independents. That 43 percentage point gap is the largest observed since Pew started asking this question in 2016. It's difficult to see how our democracy can recover if less than 1/3 of Americans trust the news. Now, there are many reasons behind this lamentable situation. The most obvious are the bad faith attacks on journalism as fake news and the enemy of the people. These attacks aren't merely rhetorical. The International Center for Journalists surveyed 714 female journalists worldwide. 73% reported that they had faced online violence, including threats, harassment, trolling, doxing, cyberstalking. Editors today need to have detailed safety protocols in place, including processes for contacting law enforcement. The 2018 attack on the Capitol Gazette newsroom in Annapolis, Maryland, reminded us that violence against journalists doesn't just happen overseas. I do believe that mainstream journalism has not done enough to combat mistrust. We have not been explicit enough about our values, our methods, and our impact. We have not done enough to celebrate the work of investigative and accountability journalism, what Alex Jones in his 2009 book, Losing the News, calls the iron core of journalism. We've not been transparent enough about how we gather information. We've used anonymous sources too casually. We've too often assumed the trust of our audience without recognizing that that trust must be earned and re-earned, jealously guarded, and never taken for granted. In my own career, which started in 1995, I've observed substantial failures to address at least two sets of audiences who don't see themselves reflected in the mainstream media. One set are historically disadvantaged communities, including communities of color. The Kerner Commission concluded in 1968, the journalistic profession has been shockingly backward in seeking out, hiring, training, and promoting Negroes. If the media are to report with understanding, wisdom, and sympathy on the problems of the cities and the problems of the Black man, for the two are increasingly intertwined, they must employ, promote, and listen to Negro journalists. 54 years later, these findings remain depressingly relevant. In 1978, the American Society of Newspaper Editors set out the goal that newsroom employment should match the diversity of the American population by the year 2000. In 1998, when it became clear that that goal wouldn't be met, the goalpost was moved to 2025. The News Leaders Association, the successor organization to ASNE, recently announced that just 303 news organizations responded to its most recent diversity survey, down from 429 in 2019 and barely over the 293 that responded in 2018, which was in turn the fewest responses ever. Just last week, a group of journalism organizations wrote an open letter to the board of the Pulitzer Prizes, urging that newsrooms be required to provide diversity statistics. in order to enter the prizes starting in 2024. Kudos goes to the American Society of Magazine Editors, which already has this requirement for the National Magazine Awards. Nicole Hannah-Jones co-founded the I.W. Wells Society in 2017 to train a new generation of diverse journalists to do investigative reporting. She said in an interview, "Newsrooms reflect the same racial hierarchies as the rest of society. The more prestigious a job is, the more skills it requires, the less likely people of color are to get the mentoring, training, and opportunities to take on those jobs." Why does this glaring whiteness in investigative reporting matter? Because it means that stories of abuse, neglect, and wrongdoing that impact millions of Americans are simply not getting covered. Diversity matters not for some politically correct, feel-good reason, but because diverse newsrooms unearth more stories and have access to more communities. Please feel free to sit up in the front. It's lonely up here. The other large set of audiences that mainstream media has failed to reach, in my view, are working class Americans. The majority of Americans don't have college degrees. They're the ones who've been hit hardest by the rising inequality and wage stagnation that have persisted in the United States since the 1970s. Many of them are also people of color. Many live in rural, exurban, and outer suburban communities, are people of faith, have veterans or military service members in their families. They don't see their values, beliefs, and ways of life reflected in the mainstream news. The journalism scholar Nikki Usher published a very important book last year, News for the Rich, White, and Blue: How Place and Power Distort American Journalism. Her book shows how newsrooms remain largely white institutions, many of them increasingly elite ones, that appeal to global, cosmopolitan, placeless readers, her word, and not to audiences rooted in rural areas, small towns, or mid-sized cities. Over the last 40 years, newsrooms have lost the working class identity they once had, as journalism has become more professionalized, more credentialized, more competitive. In a 2018 study, the communication scholar Daniel Kreis wrote, "Ironically, even as the economic fortunes of the news media have declined precipitously, as a social group, the status of journalists has increased." Remember, most Americans are not aware that the news industry is in trouble. A 2019 Pew study found that 70% of Americans believed that local news was doing somewhat or very well financially. Only 14% reported subscribing or donating to a local news outlet. We in the news media have failed to engage vast segments of the public, and that's got to change. The second crisis I want to discuss is that of unsustainability. The typical American journalist is not a network correspondent, doesn't work for a global or national newsroom. The typical journalist works at a legacy local paper or a wire service, public radio or TV, or a nonprofit newsroom like mine. These journalists are often covering beats where they're the only ones left monitoring a state house or city council or an agency. They're strapped for time. They work for modest pay. They often lack job security or a pathway for career advancement. As an industry, journalism has too often treated its employees poorly. Newsrooms cannot produce great work that promotes justice if they are not just places to work. The News Guild has had some of its fastest growth in recent years, as more and more newsroom employees are organizing labor unions, fighting for fair pay, equity in the workplace, and sustainable working conditions. The precariousness of journalism jobs has driven this trend, as more and more newspapers are owned by private equity funds and hedge funds that care little about journalism's public service mission. Unions help ensure a baseline of fairness, particularly in companies that are shrinking and buying out or laying off employees. They've raised the wage floor, ending practices that exploited freelancers and the use of temporary workers and permalancers. But there's another dimension to the labor organizing push. News workers want more of a say in how decisions are made. They want to ensure that diverse candidates are interviewed for every open position. They want a say in decisions about returning to the office more than 2 years into COVID-19 pandemic. Importantly, it's not just journalists and business side employees who are organizing. In March, some 600 members of the New York Times Tech Guild, representing employees in engineering, data, design, product, and project management, voted to unionize. They're now the largest union of technological workers in America. A more just journalism industry will look quite different from the industry today. It will require benevolent local owners for whom news is a public good that meets the information needs of a community and not a depreciating asset to be squeezed and then sold for parts. It will require more and larger nonprofit newsrooms filling the gaps created by the withering of legacy local news. It will require wise managers who invest in employees at all stages of their careers. Recognizing that recruitment and hiring of diverse employees won't do much good if those employees are not supported, developed, empowered, and retained. The third crisis I want to discuss is that of misinformation. In a report published this month, PEN America found that 81% of journalists believe disinformation to be a serious problem. 61% say they deal with disinformation each week, 15% on all or most days. 65% reported facing public hostility. 48% said they felt frustrated and overwhelmed by disinformation. 1 in 3 journalists reports feeling overwhelmed by the level of fact-checking required to complete stories. 17% said they had avoided doing stories because they feared a backlash seeking to discredit their reporting. 3 in 5 journalists said they have received harassing emails, phone calls, or letters, been harassed in person while working, been doxxed, trolled, or catfished, or have needed to add security precautions to their routines. Most journalists say their outlets are not doing enough to protect them. I consider the tsunami of misinformation to be an existential threat to the craft of journalism. As the information ecosystem has fragmented, the traditional signals of quality, reliability, and verification have been weakened or broken. Pay-to-play websites are proliferating, purporting to offer reporting, but in fact disseminating hyper-partisan messaging on behalf of right-wing operatives and PR consultants. We are in a golden era of hoaxes and frauds, conspiracy theories, shameless deceit, and all sorts of other bullshit. Excuse my language. Big tech has mostly been feckless or passive in the face of such threats because their business model is built around the volume of engagement and not the quality of engagement. The more extreme the content, the more attention we give it. I believe social media has, in the aggregate, been bad for journalism. It devoured the digital advertising revenue that we needed to innovate and grow, while offering little in return beyond exhausted, overwhelmed, and displaced news workers. To be sure, social media has also democratized how information is consumed, distributed, and shared. But it has also made us uniquely stupid, as the psychologist Jonathan Haidt argues in his new cover story for The Atlantic. And it has devalued high-quality regional, state, local, and community news, the journalism that has the best chance of being trusted by and diffusing the tensions of a highly diverse and polarized society. These trends have borne bitter fruit in the weaponization of misinformation, the ease with which falsehoods and conspiracies are disseminated to marginalized or unsophisticated audiences, the radicalization and even political violence that have resulted, and the sowing of mistrust in all sources of information. These trends have eviscerated the sense we once had that while we may disagree about values and trade-offs, we base our debates on a commonly understood set of facts. It is not an exaggeration or a partisan statement to observe that there are leaders today who want to spew so many lies at such a rapid pace as to overwhelm voters and leave them feeling doubtful, uncertain, numb, and helpless. Doubt every institution, doubt every scientist, doubt every expert, certainly doubt every journalist. Flood the zone with shit, Steve Bannon said. Pardon the language. For these folks, mistrust is the business model and the strategy. We know how this erosion of democracy and rise of authoritarianism will end. Will we have the courage to stop these trends? Okay, having laid out a pretty dire picture of the threats to good journalism, I want to lay out reasons for hope. First, I draw sustenance from the past, the courage of publishers like Elijah Parrish Lovejoy, even in the face of death. The revelatory reporting of Ida B. Wells, who exposed the horrors of lynching, the muckraking of Lincoln Steffens, Jacob Rees, Upton Sinclair, and Ida Tarbell. The work of news people, Black and white, who brought the civil rights movement into living rooms and onto kitchen tables across America. The Vietnam Reporting by Gloria Emerson, David Halberstam, Cy Hirsch, Sidney Schonberg, and other correspondents. I'm inspired by my narrative nonfiction heroes, by books like Ted Conover's New Jack, Nina Bernstein's The Lost Children of Wilder, Catherine Boo's Beyond the Beautiful Forevers, Barbara Ehrenreich's Nickel and Dimed, Adam Hochschild's King Leopold's Ghost, Pat Keefe's Empire of Pain, Alex Kotlowitz's There Are No Children Here, Adrienne LeBlanc's Random Family, Isabel Wilkerson's The Warmth of Other Suns. The tradition of American investigative journalism is robust, and its masterpieces are bulwarks for me in these troubled times, reminding us that the best work is enduring, complex, and timeless. Second, I'm heartened by the proliferation of new newsrooms. Nonprofit news is not new. NPR, Chicago Reporter, Mother Jones, City Limits, Center for Investigative Reporting, all were established in the 1970s. But nonprofit journalism has had explosive growth since the Great Recession. ProPublica, founded in 2007, touched off a wave of new newsrooms, the Marshall Project, the Trace, the Markup, the 19th. The Institute for Nonprofit News reported that 2020 saw the fastest growth in nonprofit news media since 2008. INN now counts 360 newsrooms across the country, an all-time high. Meanwhile, the American Journalism Project has raised more than $80 million to support local journalism, and it's launched 3 newsrooms, with more to come. I'm inspired by the growing number of local and community newsrooms like the Sahan Journal, which covers immigrants and communities of color in Minnesota, City Bureau, which trains ordinary people to cover local issues in Chicago, Documented, which covers New York City's immigrant communities, and Outlier Media, which uses text messages to reach underserved communities in Detroit. I'm inspired by The Emancipator, a collaboration between the Boston Globe's opinion section and Boston University's Center for Anti-Racist Research, which launched on Monday of this week. It's named after and seeks to reimagine America's first abolitionist newspaper. I'm so proud to be on its advisory board. Third, I'm awed by the increasing complexity, collaboration, and sophistication of accountability journalism today. The International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, the Global Investigative Journalism Network, and other collaborations have brought together reporters working across borders, tracing human trafficking, illicit flows of labor and capital, uncovering injustice perpetrated by transnational individuals and entities. Their projects bring together journalists who speak different languages and write in different coding languages, who are experts in their nation's respective public records and open government laws, and who work in a wide variety of formats, including data visualization, interactive graphics, immersive audio and video documentaries, social media callouts, and visual investigations. It's tremendously exciting. To conclude, journalism is facing challenges more profound than in any period since at least the 1960s. Another decade in which political polarization, social upheaval, and struggles for justice prompted journalists to interrogate our practices and our traditions. These times seem unprecedented, but very little is truly new under the sun. Ancient philosophers and playwrights were all too familiar with corrupt rulers, demagoguery, erosion of morality, rampant deception, and the exploitation of gullible citizens. They also knew the power of storytelling and the power of narrative to bring people together in search of a common good. In the face of mistrust, hostility, disinformation, broken business models, rapacious owners, unsuspecting audiences, and even government repression, journalists worldwide are under more pressure than ever. In December, in her speech accepting the Nobel Peace Prize, the journalist Maria Ressa said that we are at an existential point for democracy. She added, we're standing on the rubble of what was, of the world that was, and we must have the foresight and courage to imagine what might happen if we don't act now, and instead create the world as it should be, more compassionate, more equal, more sustainable. Can journalism bring about justice? Maybe, sometimes. We must press forward to make it happen. We need innovation and collaboration. We need to take risks. We need to be skeptical, but never cynical. We need to argue loudly for journalism's value, while also being transparent about our methods and, yes, our mistakes. We should align ourselves with and advocate for those who have the least power in society and don't see themselves represented in the news. We need to serve those who feel left out, disregarded, neglected, ignored, no matter where they live, no matter their gender or race. We should wake each day with a sense of possibility, approach each assignment, each challenge with curiosity and humility. The truth is not easily revealed during a day, a week, a month, or even a year. Producing journalism in service to justice and democracy is the work of generations. Thank you for listening.
I'll be louder, sorry. I have this moving voice. So we've got 10-15 minutes for questions, and our wonderful student fellows are going to come around the room with a microphone, ask them to hold the question till you get the mic, so that all our folks on the live stream can hear what you're asking and hear Sulu's answer. So raise your hand. Oh, right here. Right here, stop.
That was great. But I wonder if you can touch on, with everything that you've said and everything that you've outlined, there seems to be an exodus of reporters from the profession and students here that are deciding, do I go into reporting or Stratcom where I can make a whole lot more money and have a life, supposedly? What do we do about that? Do you see that? And what does the profession do about it?
Yeah, are you a journalism educator?
No, I'm a journalist.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Scott, right?
Mhm.
It's a really great question. I tend to try to avoid all false binaries. And one of them is between journalist and non-journalist. I think the only false binary, the only binary I accept is actually the binary between those who believe in truth and facts and those who don't. Now, people can work within, and I have worked with people in public relations, people doing strategic communications, people working for government, and yes, people working for corporations who believe in factual information, who believe in accountability to citizens, to shareholders, to the public, to voters, certainly, and who are allies in the quest for truth. And so I think, journalism's business models, as I've discussed, are in total flux. We don't know what the end outcome will be. What we do know, I think, is that the truth matters and that we need people who will distribute it. More and more of them may be independent journalists. More and more of them might be LLCs and 1099 employees instead of W-2, right? We could have a whole separate conversation about the future of work. But I think the essential craft and the essential mission kind of remain the same. But I would certainly agree with you that the institutional vessels that house this craft are changing profoundly, right? And that was part of my own decision to leave legacy newsrooms after 21 years at places I really loved, but I wanted to be part of something new. I wanted to be part of an institution that has a diversified business model, that is relentlessly nonpartisan and nonprofit, that's member supported, and also an organization that produces information that's free. One thing I didn't get a chance to discuss in my talk is my great fear that the high quality news and information increasingly is retreating behind paywalls, including local news. And meanwhile, the BS, pardon the language, and the crap and the misinformation and the hoaxes, that's all free and plentiful. Oh, and by the way, social media incentivizes us to pursue it. Should it be a surprise that mistrust has grown and that the quality of the information ecosystem has withered? It shouldn't surprise us. But to get back to your question, to me, that implies we need a lot more different skills and aptitudes in journalism. We need people who code desperately. We need people who can do graphics and data visualization. We certainly need and will always need people who know how to communicate effectively. And I know that the ethics and the values that one learns with journalism can be easily applied in an array of fields, including law, including public relations, and including government service. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, one factor that you didn't mention that I think bears considerable should bear much more attention is the fact of the, I've experienced this many years over the mainstream American media. I get this feeling I'm being talked down to. I get a very condescending approach from mainstream journalists who seem to find it necessary to simplify and generalize things and resort to cliches. I mean, you're partly right. An example like Walter Cronkite would be an exception to that, but I don't think we have a single journalist in the country today that would rise to the level of respect that he enjoyed. In my case, for example, even for things like election returns, national elections, or inaugurations of presidents, I find it necessary to watch on YouTube clips from the German news media or others because they're so much more objective and accurate and less likely to start resorting to cliches about the uniqueness of the American system. Thanks.
Well, that's a really profound observation. Thank you. As I discussed, I really do worry about when people feel a sense of disdain coming from journalists or arrogance or lack of humility or even a failure to listen. In fact, above all, a failure to listen. I think you've said a number of things that really resonate with me. You know, one of them is lazy journalism. You know, the use of cliches, the use of hyperbole and the generalizations. Now, I will say that as journalists, our job is in part to digest complexity and to try to synthesize, try to summarize, try to explain. But I agree but I would say that there are superb ways of doing that and sophisticated ways of doing that. And then unfortunately, there are less good ways of doing that. So I hear what you say. You know, I've worked and lived overseas myself. You know, anyone who travels overseas knows that CNN International is very different from the CNN you get here, which I always find so interesting. I mean, I love CNN International. It's still Americans by and large, and it is sort of an American point of view, but it's much broader at the same time. And to be honest, sometimes I wish the quality of the CNN we get here, which unfortunately is mostly commentary and opinion these days, I wish it reflected a little bit more of what we see overseas. I also really encourage, I love what you're saying about reading other news sources. People often ask me, well, what should I read? I always avoid that question by answering a specific brand or publication. What I instead say is be skeptical, but again, not cynical about what you read. Whatever publication you choose, look at their about page. Who owns this publication? Who works there? Is it transparent? Do they have a corrections policy? Do they have an ethics policy? Do they have a conflicts of interest policy? Do they say who they are and what they stand for? Can you tell who the owners are? I think if an organization answers these questions for you satisfactorily, including taking complaints from readers, including, you know, having a vehicle for people to complain and protest, you know, that's a signal of trustworthy more than not. And I also agree with you, you know, while I'm an American and unfortunately I only read English, I try to look at BBC. I recently subscribed to Le Monde, which has actually a growing English language presence. Try to look at news from Latin America, Deutsche Welle in Germany, because exactly right, we have to get a diversity of perspectives. So thank you.
Hi, Sue. My name is Aileen Cavas, and thank you for your presentation and the great job that you guys are doing at the Tribune. And from your talk and from what we're dealing with right now, I wanted to ask you, like, in the simplest way, like, how do we deal as journalists, or how are you dealing as a journalist and head of a newsroom with precisely BS? And to expand on that, I think it is important to think about that specifically as we try to, as you say, align with the powerless. And there's right now like very intentional campaigns of portraying the powerful as if they're powerless. Like we know what white supremacists are doing, trying to portray white people as losing power when that's actually not accurate. So as we are trying to align ourselves with the interests of people who are not as powerful, how do we swim through that BS?
Yeah, thank you. It's a great question. You know, I think first of all, the craft involves more than ever fidelity to research and research methods, the ability to sift through data. We were I was talking with Professor Culver. People need to know social scientific methods, even statistical analysis. You got to be able to find research. You've got to be able to identify expertise that's relevant. It starts with the facts. Although I used some powerful language about the rise of BS and misinformation, I want to be clear that the answer isn't to say that's BS. You've got to show it. You've got to take what someone has said and actually compare it against the body of empirical evidence. That focus on method is something I hope you take away from this talk. I also want to say, I think your question's very much on point. I do want to say that even when it comes to something very extreme, like people engaged in white supremacist behavior, we have to cover. I don't think we have to, cover as if every perspective were equal. Obviously, I was arguing against false equivalence. But I would also argue that we have to look at the perspectives of people who may have turned to, say, white supremacy or any other kind of extremist belief, and look at what's motivating them. Is there something going on about their sense of aggrievement? Perhaps they feel that their place in the world is being lost somehow, or again, that their values or communities or beliefs or ways of life aren't reflected, are disdained or looked down upon, as this gentleman said. We have to move away from that kind of arrogance. That does not mean that everybody has an equal perspective. We have to look, yes, at GDP per capita. We have to look at a community's median housing prices. We need to look at joblessness. We need to look at what it is that causes people to have extreme beliefs. But part of what I'm trying to argue is that we need to do a deep inquiry. We can't just shut down. I do believe there is a time and place for condemning, but I hope you didn't take from my talk that I believe in starting with condemning. I don't. I believe in starting with inquiry. Most of the time, I actually believe in letting others condemn, but I do think that the debate has intensified so much right now that I want to kind of take a stand on that very question of whether to take a stand. Thank you.
Your comments about transparency and reporting, I was curious if you've seen any good examples of how any nonprofit or paid news bureaus are doing that, especially in the 6-second attention span that most people have today.
Yeah, those are separate questions, but related, right? It's a fantastic question. First of all, I believe that the web allows us an opportunity to be very transparent. I'm like, some things don't change. I'm big on links. I'm surprised 20, 30 years into the web that people don't link enough. Link to your sources, link to things that are credible, link to academic studies and tables, research papers, show the data that you're looking at, present that data in context. We need to do a much better job recognizing that, it is our job to some extent to synthesize and summarize, but it's also our job to show how we arrived at the conclusions that we arrived at. And so I think being very transparent about our methods is important. I'm trying to think about publications that have excelled in that. I think a lot of publications are good at that in some ways. So one thing I see that still quite irritates me is when publications, especially very large ones, rely a lot on the work of local reporters, but then don't credit them. That drives me kind of berserk, because anyone who's done internet journalism at the national or international level knows that journalism's an ecosystem. And, just as the big state newspaper needs to give credit to the smaller town journalists, so too the big national organizations need to acknowledge and credit, others who have brought truth to the surface. So I think credit and attribution are also very helpful. And again, I believe deeply that transparency is, if not the new authority, it's at least really essential. Knowing where people look, we're not in an age, is part of my point, where we can just say, trust this brand. We've been around 150 years, trust us. That's not going to cut it. There aren't new Cronkites. Love CBS News, but there is, right? So we have to, in a way, we have to kind of reestablish those bonds of trust. And that starts actually with being on the level about who you are. The 6-second attention span, I mean, again, I go back to the idea that nothing's new under the sun. I was recently on a discussion with Martha Minow, who's written a powerful new book called Saving the News, making the case that the Constitution not only does not prohibit, but actually can be read as insisting on government support for public media. It was a very bold hypothesis. And her father was in the call, Newton Minow, former FCC chairman, who of course famously described television as a vast wasteland. I didn't have the heart to ask him what he thought about YouTube today.
I thought maybe we could end on a positive note, right? A lot of people look at the Texas Tribune as a beacon of hope. You're in a state that has pretty decent media. You're competing against commercial, public, a strong Dallas morning, still strong Dallas Morning News, Austin Statesman. And yet the Texas Tribune gets started as a nonprofit, free, member-supported organization and is thriving. What's your secret?
Well, Jill, I swear I did not ask Jill Geisler to throw me a softball. Jill, I think part of it, and I really mean this, is I was drawn to the spirit and the values of this place, that we believe in collaboration, not competition. We believe that in a world of yes and, not in a world of either or. We believe that the needs are so great. Like, we try to really avoid parochialism and silos. Everything that we publish is free to republish with credit. And that includes commercial outlets, public media. We have a great partnership with the Texas Standard, which is the wonderful podcast. I highly recommend it. We're free to quote and free to republish and redistribute. I'm also heartened, and I want to start with the humility part, is that I'm so heartened because the Texas Tribune, we only have the journalists we have. We can't do it all. Texas is as much a nation as it is a state. I'm so heartened by El Paso Matters, Fort Worth Report, which just celebrated its anniversary, new newsrooms emerging across the state. I also love the legacy institutions, and I believe they do need to be protected and defended. And I actually am going from here, this conference, to the Texas Managing Editors Conference to better understand how actually we can help the print publications that are still in Texas. Many of them tell us that unfortunately they can't afford state government coverage anymore. So they turn to us to help supply that. And if our help in turn means that they have more resources to cover the things they uniquely do well, like the city council, the county judge, county commissioners, that's great. And so we always try to approach things, from, it's not just virtue signaling, I don't think. We really try to approach it from the perspective of how can we help and what can we do uniquely well? And I think that's part of it, right? Like, I think knowing who you are, like the age of journalism as this giant supermarket of trying to offer everything for everybody, tastes great and less filling, it's that's come under real pressure. And I think, my aim is to contribute to an organization that knows what we do well. And we do Texas government, politics, and accountability. That's all we do. And we do it all the time. And, there's a lot of things that we're not covering. But in a way, by knowing our lane well, maybe we help other publications pursue their lane in an excellent way as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much, Sewell. I knew it was going to be great, but I didn't know it was going to be that great. That just, well, yeah, my notebook is full, my head is bursting. Thank you so much. We're going to take a very short break. We will be back at 10:10, where Jill will introduce us to our very first panel on covering inequity in systems. Jill, no one's throwing you a softball question. We're going to hit you hard. All right, so 10 minutes. A reminder that the restrooms are the kind of silver hallway there. Food and coffee and tea are right behind us, and water's in the back of the room. We'll see you back in 10 minutes.
So good to see you, my friend.
Oh, you did? Oh, yeah.
You know, that's. I'm skeptical. Thanks for the heads up. I'm already registered. I'm not sure. I'm gonna Thank you. Thanks so much. We did a survey. That's hard. Was it all? I have pets too. Just $1,000. We should have. We had 3 dogs. And one of them we had to have all the majority. Another dog had that surgery twice. That was pets are expensive. It's so nice to open the door and they come running to you.
Yeah, just like a dog.
Yeah, that's very it's good for the soul. Say, hey,
Anna, my friend. Yeah, my friend.
so you stay in the United States. Sailboats in the water. You might be gone. Well, you know, in case something. Well, everybody has their life. That's part of it.
Oh, okay. Hi, yeah, I didn't say hi to you this morning. Do you need any water or anything? Just grab some from the water. Okay, great. Yep.
Katie, you want us to just start, right? I mean, when you give me the sign, you don't want to do an intro.
Yes, I want you to self.
If I don't see it in the files. She looks so familiar, but
It's you. You sound really excited.
At the dairy industry, we work dairy.
Oh.
So there's a lot, of possibilities. It's still kind of early though. I'm not anywhere near doing anything, but that's what I'm hoping to spend the next chapter of my life doing.
There's so much investigative work to be done around just like,
Good to see you.
I mean, labor obviously, but like anything that's in a factory,
Yeah.
anything that involves like, there's a lot of, I feel like there's a lot of shady practices and they need a lot of labor. There's a
Right.
lot of folks who need jobs. I don't know. It's interesting.
It's my baby.
So you're,
if it's okay with you, even though it sounds a little elementary, I'll ask each of you to just explain essentially your organization and, so they get a little foundational about the work first, and then we'll go into the specific stories.
Sure.
okay.
I don't know how weird it will be to be wearing a mask while doing this, but
You go right ahead. Don't even think twice about it. Do you know, to the question that the person just asked about,
Do me a favor, don't move the microphone,
sorry.
but feel free to. So you've already found it. Oh, no. So that one's off.
I hadn't.
Oh, so they're off right now. So we can't hear you. Make sure you turn them on before you start talking, or nobody gets it.
Hi, everyone. 1 minute warning.
Great. Thank you very much. Give it a second.
Okay. All right. Do you want to turn your lights on? Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Jill Geisler. I'm the Bill Plant Chair in Leadership and Media Integrity at Loyola University Chicago. Proud UW grad and member of the advisory committee here for the UW Center for Journalism Ethics. And Katie asked if I would moderate this conversation about the idea of covering systems. And she knows it's kind of a it's kind of a hot button issue for me, because I feel that too often we cover events, or we cover people, or we cover, as Sewell talked about, binary sort of ideas, a clash of ideas or conflict. But oftentimes we don't look at the systemic issues behind those events, those people, or those conflicts. And I think one of our guests said it best in an email that she sent to me when she talked about, this is Melissa Sanchez from ProPublica, when she was talking about the stories that we're going to talk about today. And she said this, you didn't know I was going to quote you: "Neither are traditional exposés of discovering some awful thing that nobody ever heard of before. They didn't rely on secret sources or documents. They're problems that are right there, out in the open, but invisible to people unless you're the people experiencing it." And that's where I think the best reporting that we are doing today is happening. So we want to talk about that kind of reporting with two people who are doing it, Melissa Sanchez and Adeshina Emmanuel. Now, Adeshina, you are the editor-in-chief of Injustice Watch, so give us a little briefing on Injustice Watch.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thanks, Jill, for the handoff. So Injustice Watch is am I too close to this? Or is it a little way? Okay. Injustice Watch is a Chicago-based investigative nonprofit newsroom that covers the court system, housing, corrections, and immigration, but our sort of bread and butter has typically been the court system and judges, which don't get much oversight or scrutiny despite wielding a lot more power than most public officials. So that's what we do. We put together a judicial election guide where we research all the candidates in Cook County every election, so that folks have a little bit more understanding of who they're putting on the bench. And that sort of really gets at a big systemic problem and provides a solution. So that's why we're awesome. That's
and you work collaboratively with a lot of other organizations.
Yeah, I was listening to the last speaker and what you said about collaboration and not competition. We are an org that really tries to punch above our weight. We're scrappy, but we're also growing. And we have a great network of partners, and we're always looking at who is a good partner to amplify our work, to sort of provide some mutual value to. So it's really essential for us also to sort of benefit from the expertise of other organizations that have their own lane. So in covering systems, especially having an intersectionality and sort of interdisciplinary approach is really important.
So let's go to Melissa Sanchez of ProPublica. Talk a little bit about the focus of your work.
Sure. So it's actually ProPublica,
Oh,
which
I'm
I did not
sorry.
know until after I
Publica.
started. So we're a national nonprofit investigative newsroom, and all we do is accountability journalism, which is amazing and also kind of horrifying when that's all that you can do. We can't do like nice feature stories or profiles. ProPublica is based in New York. There's more than 100 journalists all over the country. I'm in Chicago in what was originally ProPublica's like first like local initiative. We were ProPublica Illinois, a little offshoot, and more recently we kind of become a regional. We have a regional focus. We can cover stuff across the Midwest, and my personal focus is on immigrants and low wage work.
So let me start with one of the stories that you did, and it's called Driven into Debt. And if we think about the whole concept of you drive, and if you have some type of traffic violation, or if you've got a red light violation, you get a ticket, right? And you don't, if you don't pay the ticket, then that adds up. And people sort of assume that that's sort of a way of life until you look closely and see how that way of life can ruin lives. Talk a little bit about your investigation.
Sure. So when I started at ProPublica in the fall of 2017, I just had a kid and I was like super imposter syndrome, scared, et cetera. I didn't have a story. And one of my colleagues in the New York office had done a big project looking at how the US bankruptcy system is basically failing Black Americans. And as part of that, he had a tiny story looking at Chicago's bankruptcy boom. And they cited some academic piece that mentioned that debt to local government, including for tickets, was part of what one of the factors in a lot of these bankruptcies. So prior to that, and that was one, a couple of sentences in a tiny story as part of a big project, there had been no coverage of tickets in this way in Chicago. Everybody gets tickets. I've gotten probably 30 tickets in the 8 years as I live in Chicago, and I pay them off. I can afford to pay them. Parking tickets, there's tickets for not paying a tax and getting a sticker on your windshield. The tax costs like $90. If you don't have it and you get a ticket, that's $200, which can double, and plus late fees, collections fees can go up to $488. And police tend to issue a lot of them in Black Chicago. But all of this, like the coverage just had been non-existent before that. And so this academic article and my colleague's piece sort of like my editor encouraged me to like, hey, take a look at what's here, what's going on with the bankruptcies. And I wound up spending 5 months understanding both how the bankruptcy court system worked, working with a colleague to get permission from the federal bankruptcy court to essentially scrape Pacer and create our own database of bankruptcy filings, creditors, debt, et cetera. Getting, I think ultimately like 50 or so million records on tickets over several decades to understand the scope of the problem. And talking, I think over the years, it's been hundreds of people like in different parts of the system about what's happening. And so what we were able to show was that for years, people had been suffering quietly with this massive debt. That I talked to one woman who owed literally $100,000 in unpaid tickets, and most of it was for these awful sticker tickets. It wasn't for a moving violation. It wasn't for parking in front of a fire hydrant or a handicap spot. And it's people who couldn't afford the ticket to begin with, much less everything that accrued. And then the consequences of getting tickets wasn't just debt that you owed to the city, but that debt would exclude you then from city programs, from city jobs. The city would ask the state to suspend your driver's license. So tens of thousands of mostly Black people lost their driver's licenses. The state would garnish your tax refunds. You could lose your wages. And then you could lose your car because your car would get impounded after a couple of unpaid tickets. And without your car, like it's really hard to get to work and pay off those damn tickets. So people needed a way out, and bankruptcy offered like a legal reprieve that would let you get your license back, get your car back. But bankruptcy, Chapter 13 bankruptcy, was helpful for that, but it's a temporary fix because part of filing for bankruptcy under this particular chapter means that you have to commit to paying all of your income, essentially. That's not necessary for housing, for getting around, et cetera. All of your extra monthly income, you have to pay it back to the court. And that means that there's like some emergency, something happens in your life, you can't make that payment. And when you can't make your bankruptcy payments, the bankruptcy collapses. And most bankruptcies involving ticket debt, we found collapsed and failed. And then people go right back where they started, plus a bunch of new debt. So that was the story that it started with, I started reporting this in maybe October 2017. We published at the end of February 2018. And since then, I have me and some colleagues, we've published dozens of stories, including one just earlier this year. It's like the story that never ends because it's still a problem.
And if you think about that disparity in terms of a tax, or how I'm taxed by a ticket versus someone who has significantly lower income being taxed as a ticket, it's at the same rate. And so when there's a penalty on top of that, and then there's a fine on top of that, and then there's an impound, and then talk about the programs people can't even be a part of if they have outstanding unpaid tickets.
Yeah, the one that kind of shocked me was there's a program for low-income homeowners in Chicago to get your furnace replaced if you don't have good heat, and you can't qualify if you have any debts to the city. You can't work in the school system. You can't be a bus driver. You can't be a taxi driver. You can't be an Uber driver. I think there's a lot. You can't get a contract with the city until you pay off your debt. What was kind of funny was I'm super nervous and apologetic when I deal with people in power. And at some point, a couple of years into this, I was dealing with a new person in the city who I was having to ask for information. And I was sort of like, at this point, they know me and they know if I'm coming around, like, it's not going to be a story that's going to be delightful for them. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, but this is what I'm doing. And this is this new thing. And she told me, look, before I got this job, she was a Black woman. She said, before I got this job, I had to pay my debts to the city. Like, I couldn't get it without this. And it's so pervasive, but it was this thing that nobody talked about because they were ashamed.
And the individuals that you profiled literally lost employment, right? Lost cars. And the city, in some cases, ends up with an impound lot of cars that they don't even know what to do with, essentially. What, if anything, would you recommend to people here who are looking at similar types of stories?
It's a good question. I think so for this, it was a really big, messy, complicated system with a lot of pieces. And so I think trying to understand who is involved in each piece of the system and talking to them about their experience, like what led up to that place of them interacting, like whether it was like garnishment court or bankruptcy court, or and in this story, like I'm really open and transparent with everybody, both folks I'm interviewing and trying to report on, and also like my relatives and my neighbors and people I know, like, what are you working on? I'm like, and I will tell you, even though I'm like, I probably shouldn't tell you what I'm working on, but here I am. I just told Jill what I'm working on earlier. But I was talking to my neighbor, Juan, who lives a couple doors down from me. And I hadn't talked to him since I started at ProPublica. And I was like, oh, I'm doing the story and explaining all this ticket stuff. And he's like, my colleague LaQuanda went through something similar. You might want to talk to her. And so just one tip I would say is like, tell people what you're interested in. Like, even if you don't think that they're not the PIO for whatever organization, you never know who knows something around that area. And LaQuanda ended up being like the best possible person to tell this. Through her, I told the story of what was happening to a single mom who suffered a lot because she didn't have access to a car.
And the other thing I failed to mention is the advertising of bankruptcy services, which, if you watch TV, you oftentimes see these spots running during the day, and we can get you out of bankruptcy, and how attractive that seems, but talk about what a trap that can turn out to be.
Yeah, I mean, and originally we went into this thinking that the story was going to be in part about how the bankruptcy mills were villains in this because they're profiting off of the system. They have these really catchy jingles that get you in. And there's some firms, we were able to tell with the Pacer data that we ended up analyzing that some firms do a better job than others of successfully complete, folks who go through X firm are more likely to have like a positive result than folks who go through whatever other firm. But ultimately, like, we didn't make them such a big character in the story because what the city was doing was so egregious and so punitive and had been and they were the ones with the most power. And at the end of the day, the bankruptcy attorneys were telling me like, this has got to stop. Like they could not handle, like, not that they couldn't take in the money, but they just saw that this was awful. The amount of pain that the system was putting people through.
Well, let's move over to Adeshina. I want to talk to you about the circuit, which is sort of a metroplex of stories that you have done. Talk about how the circuit began.
Yeah, so I think maybe it started maybe a year or so before I got to Injustice Watch. There was an idea to try to crack what is sort of the black box of the Cook County court system in terms of the records, the data, just what's happening. And so we were able to get like a VPN. We were able to get inside, basically, get permission to scrape the court dockets to look at, any number of things. Like, we get like defendants' names, whatever charges there were, attorneys, judges, the sentencing, case lengths, and case outcomes, dispositions. So we worked with a civic data firm called DataMade and the Better Government Association, which is another nonprofit investigative org that's been around Chicago since forever. So we basically worked together to mine this data. Then we had to train all our folks in like SQL and had to get a big grant from McCormick and some other folks McCormick. Thanks, McCormick. So that we could pay folks to understand and parse the data, and then try to sort of draw some insights that would lead to stories. The thing is that whatever we could say about data, it's already been lived, right? Like we're looking at receipts from experiences people have. So it's something where we have sort of paired this project with engagement with the community to understand how we can provide value and what sort of stories people want told. But that's sort of how the project got started.
And this was data from 2000 to 2018, right? I mean, this is a massive trove of data, and different subjects emerged. One of them that was fascinating was the way you tracked what you call dead end drug arrests. And you to talk a little bit about, again, a systemic issue of people being arrested, held, not charged, and having their lives, ruined, hurt, damaged by that process.
Yeah, I should note that, our partners, the Better Government Association and the Chicago Sun-Times, they handle that story, but we all are sort of in conversation. And I'm also familiar with the topic from actually work previously done by Angela Caputo, who was with the Chicago Reporter. And we both worked at the Reporter. That's where we met, by the way, some years ago. So you're right. It's something when we talk about the costs of all this. I mean, there's a untold cost in the disruption to folks' lives and also the financial costs, right? And it's a system that doesn't really have any real benefits or impacts that maybe the community really sees. I mean, if you're sort of catching and releasing folks, it doesn't really make a dent on public safety. It sort of puts folks probably further in whatever, hole or issues they might have had. It's not like going to the county jail is exactly therapeutic. So, I mean, yeah, that's what I would say. It kind of, and I think that one big part about the circuit is that it doesn't just look at policing. It doesn't just look at the courts. Like, we're able to sort of look at policing on the ground and how that happens, and then go over to the relationship between cops and prosecutors and how there's determinations to move forward with something. And then you see what happens when it gets to the point of a judge. And then you start to try to talk to those folks and kind of complete the loop and say, well, how did this land on their lives? And Melissa, like, your project is so intriguing for reason, like, because it kind of shows the ripple effect and different intersections of how someone can be impacted by this one sort of encounter or this one incident, right? So yeah, that's I think that story shows that very well.
And the BGA story on the dead end drug arrest basically said even the people involved in the system, especially after marijuana was decriminalized, I mean, that stopped, but people who were picked up with a very, very small amount, they said, you know, arrested for a thimbleful of cocaine, are arrested, detained. And then even people in the system, in the prosecutorial system, said, we're not going to charge this. And they know they wouldn't. And yet people had been held. And it came out of that data that you did. So there's a systemic process that goes on, and people know it's going on, but don't change it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the folks who this lands on are Black people, are people from low-income households. I think that when we look at inequity in systems, obviously look at positionality and who it's happening to. Because I mean, yeah, it's an exercise in futility. Even the people involved are you know, it's a system. It's easier to just continue a system than to sort of transform one.
You also took a look at judges and judges sentencing, and who's, I should say you, but you and your collaborative partners, including the judge who sentenced the former police officer in the shooting of Laquan McDonald, and that it was a significantly reduced sentence than that particular charge would normally carry.
Yeah, we looked at, so this is really cool about the circuit. We haven't figured out, let's say, a scientifically defensible way to look at, let's say harshness of sentencing. Like, we haven't come up with like a harshness index or number that we can kind of assign each judge, because you imagine there's so many contingencies in a case, like, is this a first time offender, for instance, and also or other circumstances of the case and negotiations that happen with prosecutors and defense attorneys. But what we can still do is look at decade over decade the decisions made by a judge, and we can say that, well, they typically sentence, this judge typically, they have a range of, they have an approach, it seems, to kind of sentencing folks. So there are certain patterns with that, and you can see when their decisions break from that. And in this case, it was with Jason Van Dyke, the officer who murdered Laquan McDonald. And we were able to see that his sentence was sort of uncharacteristically lenient. And he actually has a no BS sort of reputation for being sort of a taskmaster in the court. And someone who plays things by the book. So it was puzzling. And one source told the reporter on that story, Maya Dukmasova at Injustice Watch, that it was basically a cop sentence, that you can sort of see the discretion being used to sort of privilege the officer in the sentencing compared to how a civilian would be treated.
I'm going to go to Melissa and talk about race-neutral traffic cameras, which on the surface sounds like, boy, we're going to start a system that is not police officers stopping people anymore. We're just going to put these cameras out in Chicago. And if you're speeding, we got you. Doesn't matter who you are. And it's a system that on its face is supposed to be neutral. What happened?
Yeah, this is a story that I saw in the data back in 2017, and I only just got around to writing and publishing this year. So we have one of the biggest automated camera programs in the country in Chicago. And in recent years, I think post George Floyd, there's been, it's crazy that's years already, plural, that like a lot of social justice, racial justice advocates are kind of looking at cameras as this alternative to a human police officer who could come in with prejudice into a situation and might more like, there creates an opportunity for physical encounters between police officers and Black men. So they're seeing cameras as maybe do more of this and less of that. But what the data from Chicago showed us is that cameras are disproportionately ticketing drivers from Black neighborhoods. And so I was really nervous about doing the story, there's so many caveats and different things to consider that I was like just hesitant to even go there. But we finally did, because this mayor, who has ushered in a lot of reforms based on our work on ticketing over the past several years, had expanded the program, had lowered the thresholds for speeding, more tickets, lots of money. And so we finally took a look at it, and kind of what we found was it's not necessarily like driver behavior, like Black people are driving worse than white people. That's the message that I was afraid was going to come out with this kind of reporting. But the infrastructure of our roads is unequal. And there's some parts of the city that lend themselves more to certain kinds of driving than others. And that that people don't have to drive as much if they live in certain neighborhoods. If you're a person who lives in Lakeview and can work from home, you can access public transit very easily. Lakeview is like a predominantly white, wealthy neighborhood that's very centrally located. You don't necessarily have to drive. You can ride your bike. You can be one of these great advocates for bike safety who is mad at all the awful drivers in the city. But if you live in like West Pullman, like on the far southwest side, Black neighborhood, no access to good public transit that will get you to work. You don't have a remote job that lets you stay home, then you need to get in your car more. So it was both. People are more exposed to cameras if they have to drive more, and some people have to drive more than others. And then there's actual differences in the roads. For example, like there's wider roads. We found some of the cameras placed, the cameras that issued the most tickets in the city. There was this awful example that we identified for the speed cameras. There's I think a $100 ticket if you drive 11 or more miles over the speed limit. Speed camera tickets. And we looked at which cameras issued the most and which ones issued the fewest. And the one that issued the most was in one of these low-income Black neighborhoods, 4-lane road next to a big factory on one side. There was a residential on the other side. The reason that camera could exist there, the speed cameras have to be close to parks or schools. There's no park or school right there, but there's a bike lane that a bike path that crosses the street that very few people use. That's a little bit down the way. The lines are faded. There's very little signage, and people are like zooming by because it's close to freeways, et cetera. And then there was another camera we looked at next to a park called Horner Park, big, beautiful park in a much more diverse and affluent neighborhood, not too far from where our former mayor lived, where it was, one lane in each direction, pedestrian crosswalk, like a bike pathway, bright signs, trees. Like when I went there with a colleague, there were, I think we counted like 24 people walking their dogs, like kids playing tennis, like lots of people in and out of the park, lots of movement. It's really hard to speed down there because there's so many freaking people and the road's narrow. There's also a concrete median in the middle to help protect pedestrians. The camera on the south side in 2020 issued 22,000 tickets. The camera on the north side issued 5. And that was just so screwed up. And it was really impossible. I mean, that's not the case for every single camera, but that kind of helped illustrate there's something going on here that's bigger than just like individual behavior and choice.
It was so interesting as I read that story, because we're going along and we're looking at the data and we're looking at the disparities. And then you had one man who had received a number of tickets and had really been harmed financially by it, said, do you think maybe it's about the way the neighborhoods are structured? And then you did the test, and a four lane street with nothing on either side, with emptiness. So the thinking of, okay, I can like speed it up here would happen to a lot of drivers compared to the person who was on a 2-lane, navigating past people, looking at stores, things like that. And again, we don't think of that in the system. And the question is, why is the camera there? And the camera wasn't even there for a good reason, because you tested whether to see there was any use of that bike path. And in the time that you spent, a significant time, not used. So we end up penalizing people. Again, a ticket as a tax at a rate that's the same for someone who has a high income and someone who has a low income. And it's a life-changing event. And you were also careful to say that the data on the cameras indicated that they had, in fact, correlated with increased traffic safety, though.
Yeah, it was such a complicated, this is why I was so afraid of doing the story, because there's so many different factors. And like, what is safety? How do you measure safety? And I wasn't going to do a safety story because I just not my goal. But for the red light camera, I think for both. Yeah, there has been some evidence from some research, which we cited, and we kind of wanted to get that out of the way. Like, we're not saying these things are awful and they're making the place less safe, but here's just the bigger picture that we think you ought to consider. Like, what is the other harm that it's causing?
Adashina, I want to talk to you about your story, Aging in the Shadows, and the idea that we have probably a surprisingly large, to a lot of people, surprisingly large population of elderly or soon to be elderly, undocumented immigrants who have no access to the kind of social safety net that we hope our senior population would have. Can you talk about your story?
Yeah, this was a partnership with the Chicago Tribune. It's part of a 18-month or so branded partnership that I helped put together that wants to sort of look at, the theme is sort of, in terms of the reporting, we're trying to look at some of these kind of silent crises, things that are like very place-bound, also tied to certain communities, and that they're like existing issues that are exacerbated by whether it's the pandemic or just the passage of time, like some other factor, right? And as we were brainstorming what projects to do, one of our reporters at Injustice Watch, Carlos Ballesteros, he shared with me this report from Rush University Medical Center, which showed just the explosion of population that was going to happen in the next decade or so around undocumented immigrants who would become seniors or who are already seniors. And it's something that I think you can attribute, of course, to our failure as a country to really provide comprehensive immigration reform or a pathway to citizenship or any solution really. And what's supposed to happen to these folks as they age? I mean, they're here. This is where they've been for decades. They have families and children who are trying to start their own lives. And there's a whole ripple effect of what it means to not have those safety nets around healthcare, to not be eligible, to the fullest extent for senior affordable housing, not receiving benefits like food stamps and other things that individuals are able to get. So yeah, it was something where we thought it was an underreported area where there could be a lot of impact and where we needed to draw more attention.
The line
Oh,
that
I'm sorry, real quick. Carlos reported this with Laura Rodriguez at the Chicago Tribune. So don't want to leave her out. She's an amazing reporter as well.
good for you for giving credit. The line said, these are people who are forced to work until they drop. And you profiled a 79-year-old man who had just had his foot amputated for gangrene. And his wife was about 10 years younger, and I believe they lived in a basement flat. He got medical care only because he could go to an emergency room or it was urgent care. And the Rush report that you referenced talked about the societal cost, because it's just a cost transfer. If we're not giving preventative care, we're paying for it in emergency rooms.
Yes.
And so the system is not working in that regard. Food security was also an issue. But one of the things, the question that was asked of Sewell previously of how do you speak for the powerless or the less powerful, I thought it was interesting that, and I mentioned this to you in the story, we went through the lives of people who are undocumented, who don't have benefits, who have raised children, who are in multi-generational families, the large majority, because we're trying to take care of each other. And nowhere in the story did you feel it necessary from the journalistic both sidesism to go to someone in power to say, should these people be here? You wrote from the point of view that they are here. And that was an established fact. And there wasn't going to be a conversation around the politics of immigration. It was the humanity of immigration. Is that your mission?
I think that it's part of what we needed to do to provide real value to people. I don't think that, and people who are directly impacted by the issue, I don't think that it would have provided much value for the issue. I mean, these individuals and their families, they are going to be here. To argue about the validity of them being here or receiving support is to then accept, I guess, the consequences of everything that we're documenting. And you know, Laura, Carlos, they know this community. They are both Latinx people who I think have some also personal experience with this issue in their community. And I think that's another layer of just trusting your reporters and also centering, I think being empathetic and centering the impact you want to have and not getting into both sidism and trying to provide some, you know, back and forth. So I'd say in terms of, is that our mission? I think it was in this case necessary for us to do a good job and to produce good journalism, to not sort of scatter our efforts in that way. And I think that, again, from a factual standpoint, these people are here for a reason, and we already know why they're here.
But the conversation in a lot of newsrooms from journalists who have been invited in to bring diverse perspectives is often, now my editor tells me I have to go out and get that politician to talk about the benefits or the deficits of this immigration case, and feeling like I am now not centering that story. I've turned it into something else. And so giving your reporters the power to center those stories and not have to take it beyond that, I think is something you may take for granted, but a lot of people in other news organizations are finding themselves feeling, is this the right place for me to be if I have to constantly go to a politician to say, is, you know, do you agree that there should be benefits or not?
Yeah, well, you know, our name is like Injustice Watch. So I mean, you know, we assume and accept the premise that there is injustice. So we're not here to debate really if there is an injustice. I say that's maybe the bit of mission or bias of like, we're like, this is an injustice, this is an inequity. And I mean, it's an inequity. If we want to explore an inequity in our system, then we have to censor the experience of the individuals having it. We can't just talk about process and systems and procedures, and I mean, you have to censor the experience. And as storytellers, that's the easiest window into showing the system as well. So there might be some space in other newsrooms for that both sides perspective, but I don't think that it doesn't accomplish the mission of the org or story. And I think the inequities are being experienced by those people. So that's what we wanted to examine.
And that was a series that you did with the Tribune. And so the Tribune is a mainstream newsroom, and they were just as happy to put that in their paper.
Yeah, you know, maybe they wouldn't have always have done something like this. I don't know. I shouldn't speak for them. I'm grateful. So I won't say much. But yeah, I think that it was important for them too, right now, and what they're trying to do in terms of growing audience and in communities that maybe they haven't always listened to as much. And so I think that we were aligned there. I will say the team on this story was very diverse as well. And, you know, Rochelle Sleets is the director of content there. Kevin Williams, who's an editor there. They're both Black, and Rochelle Sleets comes from an immigrant background, being Belizean, I believe, having some of that heritage. I'm half Nigerian. You know, the other editor, Jonah, is Jewish. Carlos and Laura, Latinx. I think that we all, in some ways, we're not folks who wouldn't approach things that way, both because of our experiences, and we're also good journalists. So, yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to move to Melissa on another story that involved a lot of systems and a certain amount of, I think, really difficulty for you as you covered it, because we like to look for solutions, and this was a story that didn't have a lot of good solutions, and it's on immigrant teens working dangerous night shifts in factories and other dangerous locales. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I'm a child of immigrants. I really appreciated, Sewell, that you put that in your bio. It inspired me to do it too. And that's formative, like it's part of my identity. My dad, sorry, my dad worked as a kid. Everybody works as a kid in Latin America. It's really normal. So when the pandemic started, I apologize. When the pandemic started, I had been aware for a couple of years. I mean, I've been aware my whole life, but I've been aware for a couple of years, like with this wave of Central American kids coming here, that there were kids popping up in factories, because I'd been doing some other reporting, looking, I'm really interested in temp work in factories. And I had been trying to work on a totally different story related to immigrants in factories before the pandemic that I had to set to the side. But there have been little cases popping up that I identified of kids getting hurt in factories, like in police reports or in unrelated cases. And when the pandemic started, we all kind of put our projects to the side at ProPublica, because nothing mattered more than figuring out how we could be useful in this moment. And I sort of chirped up at a meeting and was like, I think there's going to be more kids working in factories because schools are shut down and there's work opportunities. And so my editors, who are both white, were like really, really, I say that because they didn't come from the same background that I come from. They were really interested, like, go figure that out. And it took months to kind of pierce this community because of the pandemic, because I'm wearing a mask. I have 2 little kids. I was pregnant during this time. It was hard to talk to people. I'm like a easy, smiley, knock on the door. I tend to be able to get folks to talk to me. But in this case, like, the pandemic was a hindrance. I was afraid for like the baby growing inside of me. And then people had no good reason to talk to me, because talking about working dangerous factory jobs would put them at risk, because they didn't have work status. They were underage. They lied and used like fake papers to get jobs. They had this fear that doing this is going to put me at risk. My aunt's going to go to jail. My sponsor's going to go to jail. I'm going to get deported. More than anything, though, it was like, I'm afraid I'm going to lose my job. And also, like, they were working these crazy hours, which I wasn't aware of at the time. So when I was like knocking on their door at 6 p.m., like, they were either asleep or at work. So there were all these things that made it difficult to get to this place. But eventually, I spoke with 15 kids from Guatemala in this one particular apartment complex, who all worked through temp agencies at a wide range of jobs in factories, manufacturing, working with like metal, working, packaging sandwiches, packaging books, all sorts of things. Like, a lot of them worked at a candy factory, which was really stunning. I started reading Willy Wonka to my kid, kind of like, to describe in a way what I was doing.
And Melissa, we're talking about 15-year-olds, right?
Yeah, and some kids were even younger when they started. A lot of them, by the time I talked to them, were already 17 or 18, but nearly all of them had worked in jobs that would be considered, they were not legally supposed, like, those places were not supposed to employ them.
And dangerous work too.
Sometimes. So the story, yeah, initially we weren't sure, like at the start of the pandemic, we could do different kinds of stories. I said at the beginning, we only do accountability stories, but during the pandemic, we had this moment of being able to do other kinds of stories. So I thought to do like a feature on one kid, but then the more I learned about the work, the more it became a different kind of accountability story. But there was kids who'd gotten cut, kids who'd gotten hurt. There was the boy I focused on. His teacher told me about him coming in one day, kind of like hiding his hand. And she's like, "Hey, Brian, like, what's going on with your hand?" She pulled him aside later. And then he told her that the night before he worked cleaning machinery at a cheese processing facility. And that involves like really high pressure washers, which can be really dangerous to use if the water like hurts your skin. And the water pierced through his gloves and pierced through his skin. And he thought he could see the bone. His hand got all screwed up. And him, like other kids, when they went to their bosses to say like, "I just got hurt," the question was like, do you have good papers? Like, do you have a social? They didn't have a social, so they just went back to work. And so he shows up to school all bandaged up, and the teacher, she's a nice woman, but she's not like a doctor. She bandaged him up with like a first aid kit, sent him to the nurse's office. And the nurse asks, like, what happened? And Brian lies to her. He's like, I cut myself with a knife, because he was afraid. He trusted his teacher, but he didn't know who this woman was. Anyway, but yes, sometimes kids get hurt at work.
So the students, so the teenagers would work throughout the night, come home, rest if they could, go to school, sometimes fall asleep at school, right? They were earning money to send either back home or to pay the sponsors who were here taking them in.
Or the smugglers who brought them here.
Or the smuggler, yep, or the coyotes who brought them. And the temp agencies often, from a systemic standpoint, the temp agencies oftentimes kind of winked at whether or not they had documentation. And if you solved all of those things, the ultimate loss would be to the income of the young people who needed to send money.
Yeah, it was a really tricky situation, because we do stories, like the way we measure our success at ProPublica is whether our stories have impact. And impact often looks like the law gets changed, like somebody, like, yeah, company might shut down, or whatever the case is. But here, like the thing that the kids were afraid of was that if my company gets shut down, then where am I going to work, and how am I going to pay the rent, and how am I going to send money home? So it put us in a really tricky position.
Yeah, and the beauty in your story was the teachers who actually tried to arrange schoolwork to support the exhaustion of the students that were involved. I'm going to finish that conversation about that story by going back to your dad, because when you finished the series, you also wrote a personal essay about it. Why'd you do that?
Well, I had never experienced this before, but when reporting the story, it just felt so personal. I felt like I was like part of the story. Like I kept wondering like whether somebody else would do that story or could do it, or like how they would approach it. Like if they would, I kept imagining like if a white male reporter who's amazing did this story, like it would be this accountability story. Like look at all this horrible child labor. And it would be a different story, but that's not, I worked really hard to not make it this like, holy shit, look at these kids working. Like, I did not want that to be the story, because that's not what they saw. Ade talked about, like centering your stories around the people you talk to. And it was so important to me, like to give these kids agency, because they have so little of it in their lives. And so I wrote a version of the story in the first person, and it just, ultimately, I agreed with my editors that it didn't quite work, because like there was already so much going on in that story that people didn't need to know all about me and my thoughts about it. So we pulled that out and made kind of an essay explaining a little bit about like where I come from and what my dad experienced as a kid in Mexico, and why kind of this it's like why we didn't name the companies in the story, how these kids don't see themselves as victims, how they don't want to be rescued. And even though most Americans can't imagine this for their own children, like this is what's happening for them. And I have I didn't want to cause them more harm by like altering that. So it was a deeply personal piece. And I feel like really glad to have been able to do it.
Yeah, I think you honored your father. Melissa, Adeshina, thank you. And Sewell, when you say what gives you hope, I think you heard it. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you so much. An absolutely wonderful panel, really incredibly moving, and I'm grateful to all of you. An important part of any conference on equity and journalism ethics has to focus on equity within journalism itself. Not just the systems we cover, but who we are ourselves. And so we invited three leaders, three people who think very deeply and meaningfully about this to share their thoughts with us. And we called these points of view. And so I'm going to begin with our first point of view. Sewell mentioned the Kansas City Star and their investigative journalism on their own journalism. We're going to hear from one of the Kansas City Star reporters who led this effort, Marae Rose Williams, and she's going to talk to us about the truth in black and white, which was the name of that series, The Case for Addressing Historical Wrongs. The video is going to be about 5 to 6 minutes. And at the end, I invite our next panel, panel number 2, to join us up on the stage. As soon as the video is finished, they're going to talk to us about representing communities equitably.
My name is Marae Rose Williams, and I'm an editorial writer for the Kansas City Star. I've worked for the Star for 23 years, but I've been a journalist for going on 40 years now. The Truth in Black and White was a project that the Star took on. I suggested that we look inward at ourselves during the times 2020 when the nation and the world really, but the nation in particular was going through what has been dubbed the reckoning on race. And I thought it was an appropriate time for our newspaper to reflect and look inward at how we had reported on for 100 years or more the African-American community in Kansas City, Missouri. I knew at that time that newspapers, mainstream newspapers, had not done a good job, and wanted us to take a look. And what we found was that over the years, the Kansas City Star, like other mainstream newspapers in this country, had either failed to or poorly covered African-American communities. And the coverage that they did give them was inadequate to say the least, but so much of it was stereotypical, in which African-Americans were depicted as criminals or the recipients of crime or caricature-like. And the attributes of the African-American community and the contributions of the African-American community, those things were not reported on. And as a result, we were guilty of perpetuating racism in Kansas City. We discovered some of these things by going to the Black press and reading the Black press and what they were saying about the Black community compared to what we were saying about the Black community. And we found, vast differences in that coverage. One of the things that we wanted to do was not just write an apology that was going to appear on our front page that says we're sorry for having done this. What we wanted to do was, and what we did do, was actually show our readers what those offenses looked like, how we had failed. And we wanted to assure our readers that we were going to do better going forward, not just in our coverage, but internally as a newsroom, as a media organization. And as a result of that, one of the first things that we did was we put together an advisory board from the community, very diverse advisory board that we meet with once a month, or editors meet with once a month, and talk about some of the things that we're working on, and also hear from them about some of the things that may be going on in the community that we are not aware of or are not working on, and also get some feedback from them about how we are being perceived in the community. Another thing that we did was we hired our first ever race and equities editor to sort of oversee some of this coverage. The hiring has changed at the Star. We've hired so many young and diverse reporters and editors at the Star, so it's changed the face of the Star. In addition to that, the people who worked on this project, and it really was across the board, the people who worked on this project were really touched and felt it deeply. And it changed the way we go about doing stories. We no longer write about the marginalized community. We allow the marginalized community to tell their stories, and we look for those stories. So And we're very conscious of how we go about presenting those stories. And from everything, from the wording, from the text of the story, to the photos, and the tone of the stories, it gives you an opportunity to really see who you are, not to just assume that you are actually reaching your community, that you are actually reporting the truth about who your community is, the whole of your community. And when you look back and see where you have failed, that's the only time that you can start to mend those broken places. One of the things that was very important to us was that we've heard for years, and I know mainstream newspapers around the country have heard this, is that African-American communities do not trust mainstream media. So if you can bridge that communication gap that's there, if you can bridge that by doing a project like this, it is, it's invaluable, and it'll go on for generations. It's valuable in that you become better journalists by doing this. Your community respects and appreciates you more. And there's no loss in doing a project like this.
Oh, yes. Hi, everyone. All set. All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Anita Varma. I'm an assistant professor at UT Austin's School of Journalism and Media, where I also lead the Solidarity Journalism Initiative. And I am so excited for you to hear from our two distinguished panelists in just a moment. First, we have Professor Nikki Usher, who's at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. She's a professor in the College of Media. She's also the author of News for the Rich, White, and Blue: How Place and Power Distort American Journalism. If you have not read this book, I highly encourage it. She has really inspired and changed the field of journalism studies for a new generation of scholars, students, and practitioners. And next we have Francisco Vara Horta, who is with the Investigative Reporters and Editors, better known as IRE. He is the first director of diversity and inclusion, and not only talks the talk of diversity and inclusion, but has walked this walk for 2 decades plus with newsroom experience that is too extensive for me to read out, but is listed in your programs. So thank you both for being here. My first question for both of you is, in your view, how do journalists best engage with people whose lived experiences differ from their own? Who would like to start?
Would you like to start?
I mean,
Nikki?
you've got like type notes. I've got scribble scrabble. So
That's how we do it. That's like the original. Yeah. Okay, well, with that then, I guess, do you want me to go first then? Okay. All right. I just trying to know my place here with male privilege because I'm doing this work. So for me, engaging means how news organizations interact with people internally and also externally. Everything from how do you interact with people in government and agencies where you're trying to get information, to when you go out in the community, how you interact with folks at events. I think when people know you in your professional capacity, how do you represent the industry in whatever you're doing? So, I mean, in small communities I worked in, even at the grocery store, I feel like if I'm a jerk, like people will realize that, they will know that. So just trying to be nice. I know with, masking, it was hard. And usually like I'm Latin and from the South, so we smile a lot. So for me, that's just kind of like a normal sign I would do. And during the pandemic, it's been harder. And so, I think it's also how you frame things online, right? And what you put on your social media.
Well, so first, I just feel like my brain is awake again. It's really nice to be in a room with people and just feel that energy, and hi to all of you at home. But really, it's nice to be in a place here. Inspired by Sewell, I thought maybe we should go back to like the elements of a dictionary definition. So there are like, if you look up engage, right? A couple of the top definitions that come up include occupy, attract, intrigue, or get somebody's attention. Occupy or attract interest or attention. Participate or become involved in. Move into position, and enter into combat. And I think that actually, when you think about what does it mean to engage, for journalists, there's a little bit of maybe all four of those aspects of the definition. And I think that we really need to think broadly about who is the journalist doing the engaging, because that's going to mean different things for different people. And I think it's totally, for better or worse, completely valid to use the word engagement to mean to track how people are engaging with stories in a digital, like, are people clicking on my stories? If we don't consider that engagement, we're not gonna show impact or make money, right? And that is real, right? It's uncomfortable, but that is also engagement, right? But this question of lived experiences, I think, is really important. And something that Melissa really made me think about is maybe not all journalists should engage in certain stories. And maybe we really need to think more. Just because something is on your beat, does that mean that you have to cover it? Can you bring what needs to be brought to that story? Maybe reporting partnerships really need to, I've seen a lot of really interesting reporting partnerships emerge, particularly with broadcast journalists and journalists who are doing more text-based reporting. Those can be incredibly fruitful types of collaboration. So just thinking maybe more creatively about how to break down some of those barriers. And then, finally, like, what lived experiences do we care to acknowledge in our journalism? Because I really cannot read another story about somebody who hates me. I just can't. I'm done. I don't need to have it explained that there are lots of people who hate me for my identity. I'm done. I don't need to know about their psychology. I don't think that there are lived experiences that need to be further explained. So with that, that's my take on engagement.
Thank you for that. I think you anticipated a follow-up that I had and would be interested in Francisco's thoughts too. Are there folks with whom journalists, or should we say ethical news outlets, should not be engaging? And how would news outlets make those decisions?
Oh, that's a really good question. Well, because I know we wanted to, first define engage. And so I want to talk a little bit about approach too. And then also we'll come back to that, because that is a great point. And that's something that our members at IRE regularly ask us about, and we hear in our events about how do you do that ethically and not dismiss folks, but also not rebroadcast hatred and ignorance. I wanted to go back to the approach, because one of the questions we get a lot at work is, how do you engage with people that are different than you, right? And so for me, this is what you get when you put a gay man of color on a panel. But I think about, if any of you seen the movie Girls Trip, I know this is kind of like a curveball, but there is a scene, and I think a lot of this work comes in very small interactions, but there's a really great scene between Regina Hall and Kate Walsh's characters, where they're in the dressing room, and Kate Walsh is trying to endear herself to the Black culture and to the women she's going to meet on this girls' trip, because she's been allowed to come as a guest. And Regina Hall pulls her aside and says, I just want you to be cognizant of not doing these colloquialisms and trying to act like you're from a culture you're not, and essentially communicating gently, you are a guest in this space. And I think about that every time I know I've been welcomed to a space that does not come from my life experience or my identity. And so I've been very fortunate as a journalist to be in spaces where I think for some reason, my identity's been, it gives me a ticket into every room. But I was telling Jill this last night that, you're not really a full citizen in any one of those rooms. And so it's a weird dance. But I think for me, ethically, I kind of try to keep that in mind when I'm reporting, because I feel like that is the first sign of trust. And I've reported all over the country in spaces very different from where I come from, where I feel like a lot of us would immediately feel uncomfortable, but that also pushed me to try to find some common ground in the questions and the life experience. There were times though where someone would cross the line and I would need to say something, like I was reporting on the border early in my career. And kind of to your point, and when you're dealing with some of these situations, and someone said wetback to me in the interview, and they were white, and they have been on the border for a long time. And they're like, "Oh, well, you're not one of them." And I'm like, I am one of them, actually. And so that it's interesting, you compartmentalize that. And so like, where does that come from? And basically the whole like discussion was like, well, I have Mexican friends, and like a lot of my Mexican friends have ranches next to me, and they also are dealing with this. And I'm like, yeah, but that's a slur. And so like, there's other ways to say that. But I'm also, we were on their property. And so I think about the environments that journalists have to go through like that. And you're trying to figure out, okay, I'm a guest in your space, but it doesn't also mean that like, it's okay to say or do certain things. And I feel the same way in being called out if I mess up on misgendering, or right now I'm learning more about the disabled community and a lot about ableism. And we have so far to go on that. So when I'm in those spaces, I think about a lot of that. And I also think about being aware of my own bias. And I tell journalists, like, we all have them. We all have, like, if you don't want to acknowledge that, like, then who are you? Like, where is your soul? Like, let's stop being so clinical about journalism and be like, you are still humans interacting. Like, what you chose to wear today is an expression of something you're trying to say, either with the joy of your life or the limitations of your life. Like, all of those things are just basic humane things that I think we're so focused on, like getting the data and getting the records and getting the story, meeting the deadline, that we forget a lot of that humanity. And I think also, like, there are times when I can tell, and this comes from an experience of my family coming out. And so just add another layer to it, I'm gay too. So that's a whole lot of fun, right? And it really is. But there were moments in conversations in my household where if a snippet of what a loved one said was thrown on the social media, they would immediately, be criticized. And I've also tried to kind of understand, when are you in a position of power and you're using that to hurt people? And when are you just maybe not exposed? And I have to make that call. How much of the journey do I bring you along on and push you on your journey? And I think that that's really tied into ethics. So, and for me, I think every journalist has to make that call. Like, how much do you educate, right? Going to the point of like, I don't want to rebroadcast or regurgitate some of these hateful things in my stories. And I tell other journalists in their trainings to be a little bit more smarter, because you have such a powerful platform. So I would love to know more of your thoughts too on that as well.
Yeah, the follow-up I have in mind for Nikki is related to that question of how much is it the role of journalists and journalistic institutions to educate? So I can think of so many journalists who would personally vehemently agree with you that that story need not be written, right? Offering more hate of groups that have heard it plenty of times before. And the other thing that I hear often from journalists in a certain type of newsroom is that if we don't write those stories, we lose part of our audience based on our metrics, based on the surveys of who's reading, and where do they go? They go to unverified sources because they don't see themselves represented. So I wonder if you could speak to your guidance for journalists who might have that view.
So it's interesting because I think it really depends. We tend to talk about journalism as like this term that like everything we say applies to all types of outlets and across media. And that's a problem, right? Because the way that I feel about a large national news organization having that response versus a small community outlet that's trying to build trust, right, is going to be a really different answer to that question. My answer to the national news media, and I'm really distressed to see some of the choices made in legacy newsrooms about who is now leading those newsrooms, maybe less so in the past couple of days. But anyway, is the commitment to doubling down on like, we're going to tell all the stories, right? like tell all stories is a little bit like saying all lives matter, right? It's like a very out of touch understanding of like whose lives have gotten to matter, whose stories have gotten to matter. And so for me, I think, especially with large national news organizations, they really need to accept the fact that the right wing of the American public, who is a news consuming version of that public, has long abandoned them. Like 11% trust, why bother? You know, and I think it's like a real, like when we talk about ethics, like it's intellectually dishonest to continue to believe that you're reaching people who don't care that you exist. Like I just like and fail to acknowledge that that audience is gone. So that's, you know, I've been trying to really untangle this in my head, but and I haven't successfully, but I think that we really need, more than anything else, intellectual honesty. Like, why are we doing this story? Who are we trying to educate? Often, like the term Trump safari got tossed about, and now you see the COVID safari, right? You go into rural America to talk to somebody who wasn't vaccinated and then shame them because, you know, maybe they got really sick or maybe somebody in their family died, when you could do the same thing going down your apartment building in New York or Chicago. And so that question of who is this explaining for and what are the values underneath it meant to tell those groups, I think would help a lot.
Yeah, you mentioned that you would distinguish between national newsrooms with that kind of stance and community newsrooms. Could you say a little more about the community level?
Well, I actually want to turn that to you, Francisco, because I feel like you work with so many different types of news organizations, like in terms of like large ones, small ones. And I wonder, like, actually, you you actually work as a journalist. Maybe you've got a better take of like how you might kind of approach that with different sizes of outlets and the different kinds of constituencies you're trying to work with.
Yeah, we talk a lot about, and I'm still trying to find the right terminology, which is where academics come into. Like, we all need each other, you know, because sometimes I'm like, how do I put into words, ironically, as a wordsmith for a living, this concept, this frustration, this feeling. And I think a lot about overcorrection in journalism. Like, I think what you said is very courageous, and that we do need to think about, it's a very bold time in journalism. Like, I cannot underscore how important, like, the democracy is in peril, like the climate is in peril. And we are still arguing, is climate change real? Was the election fair and free? And it's like, these are facts. And we play this, you know, this game of political football and waste so much time, I think, on like not saying like, this is what it is. Where are the shades and dimensions past that, right? Like, what are the systems perpetuating some of this information? And so I think trying to kind of going to not jump too much into the inclusive sourcing, but I think it's a good way to get into that is not doing that safari. Like, that's a really great term. I had not heard about that, but yeah, like there are people in all our communities. Like I'm from Texas. So yeah, like, I mean, we make lots of news, right? But I grew up in a very working class part of San Antonio, and an area that since the Kennedys has been blue. And it has been fascinating to hear how Texas is painted as one way, when yes, there is a lot of that. But also when Latinos are covered in Texas, it's like we're fascinated with the 1/3 that has leaned Republican, and we are not talking about the majority and why they've stuck with the Democratic Party. And I think I just see it that way. And how, if then you say that, then it's like you sound partisan. But I'm like, no, it's just a fact, right? Like there's still a big chunk of the state of people of color who have lawsuit after lawsuit in education and in healthcare and in government and in voter representation, been marginalized, been gerrymandered. And it has outcomes to this today. If you're on the ground and you are a gay person of color, you can go to any of the Texas cities and be pretty much fine. And I don't feel like when I travel out of Texas, and I'm now therefore a bit of a representative from there in a way, it's interesting what other journalists tell me their perception is of it. And I'm like, yes, there is that, but there's also this. And so it's the same thing too, when I talk to someone like from New York and they're like, oh, I have a Republican uncle. It's like, of course, like there's, we're not a monolith in any way. And I feel like that's one of the ways that I ask reporters in their communities, like, are you first of all just going to a person for one thing? And this is like where I don't want to jump too ahead here, Anita.
Oh,
and throw off
please do. Maybe
but-
we can just mention to the audience,
the-
the next question is around what does inclusive sourcing look like? So please get into it.
just to touch on this, and I think it's something that you can build out plans, right? And we're talking about this in J schools too. But I just want to read a quote from Mizelle Stewart. If any of you do not know Mizelle, they are a leader in DBI work in journalism, speak at a lot of events. And I interviewed him for my master's project on inclusion. And he said, Black people shovel snow. Think about that. And, it's like, we should not be in the newspaper just when there's a police shooting, just like Mexicans should not be in the paper when we're talking about a surge at the border. And that we only feature women's issues when it comes to like abortion. Like, that is how I still feel we do cover some of this. And I think if you're doing a story about potholes, go and look at who you've interviewed. And is it there, I can assure you that as a Mexican driving a car, I feel potholes in my car just the same. And so that like helped me crystallize where maybe I think like, okay, I'm actually trying to do the right thing. And when it comes to a story about immigration or policing, I'm going to go to those communities because I know that they are treated disproportionately poorly and harshly. But at the same time, is that all I'm doing? And to me, that is kind of where I think it's such an easy way to build trust in a community. And I think about this, like going back to that safari concept and trying to get away from it.
Thank you for that. I think this idea of allowing people to be whole people in their representations is really key. Nikki, would you weigh in? What does inclusive sourcing look like?
Yeah, so I've been thinking a lot about like, what does inclusion mean? And the fact that we have to even ask this question really tells you that it is not, right? Where we're juxtaposing it to clearly there's a problem because we're not doing it, right? So then what does it look like? And I think that there are some very basic things that some journalists have been doing. I think was it Ed Wong at the Atlantic and Adrienne LeBlanc. They were doing like self-surveys of just gender, like very basic, right? And if we take something like gender and we look at the number of women that tend to get quoted on deadline stories, particularly like, let's just take self-interestedly academics, right? Academic moms are juggling like 10 million things. And so getting to respond to a journalist, if they don't understand the temporality of news, they're going to miss the opportunity, right? And so these structural things get in the way of being able to do inclusive sourcing because there are just things that maybe you need a quote right away. This is the best person to get the quote from. This person is in a caregiving mode and they can't reply, right? And so how do we work around the lived reality of the sources we might want to speak to and think about like what might limit some people from being able to be engaged. And that's something very basic, right? That's just, we're looking at gender. We haven't talked about anything else here, right? I think it's really interesting that NPR, I think, in some public media outlets have been doing kind of these after interviews to ask you about kind of your representation, which as somebody who is on the receiving end of one of these felt really like kind of after the fact. It's like, so now, like, is this for some like internal record that you're keeping? Yes, that's good. I'm glad you're keeping it. But like, why is this the end point and not the starting point? So sort of to wrap this thought up, I think we need to think about the structures that are in place that can maybe set people up to respond as sources within kind of the boundaries of how news works and how quickly news works. So that's maybe one thing to start thinking about it and doing it ahead of the game instead of doing it as like an audit in the aftermath.
Thank you for that. I have a follow-up for Francisco around this concern that I hear from journalists, especially newer journalists, quite a lot, where they say, I totally recognize I only quoted one kind of person in this story, and I would have loved to do a broader spread. I just don't have the sources. I don't have the network to know who to call or who will call me back. What advice or how would you suggest addressing that when folks are covering issues that they might be really unfamiliar with, or they also might be honestly at a loss to know who to contact?
Well, I'm going to cater to I think my audience here, because I'm going to nerd out with being a little scholarly in your approach, and that is to learn the history of your community. When I've been a guest in a space, but I come in with a degree of knowledge about knowing what were the traumatic events in their community, be it for everyone, like, like a natural disaster, to like something that was, horribly traumatic for like a community of color, coming in with a little bit of that and not coming in and showing it off, just having it in my back pocket and know when they start to answer and they refer to these things, I now have a little bit of sense of where they're headed. And I think, going to the discussion we had a little bit earlier about not being condescending, I believe people can tell if you're there to use them. And so if you're honestly inquisitive and you're earnest and you're like, yeah, I had read about that. Can you tell me more about that? Or what did that mean for you? How did that impact your grandparents? Like, why didn't you move away? If any of you seen the movie Belfast, like the ending of it, right? And so we have such universal stories like that. And I try to come back to that in a democracy, I think is very important. And I'm centering more and more of my work tethered to that because I am very concerned about it. And I think we all should be. So, when you think about what is inclusive sourcing, I've been at these panels over the years and I looked it up too. And so I was thinking about it not catering to the powerful, prominent, and the well-connected. And so, because we do think about, it's not just a matter of who has the money or what skill and color they are. It's like who in that structure has the power and what do they do with it? And who are the people that maybe do not have that power? And who are, I'm all for the background news. I think it's key to constantly come back to that and be like, do we have to get someone on the other side just because they're in a position of power? Or am I worried that I'm going to hear that I didn't quote this other voice because they're in a position of power? Any of us that deal with people in positions of power know that their ego can really get in the way. And so we have to be not as scared that, sorry, your voice was not relevant for this piece, and become comfortable with that. And that's hard because we really need to re-own our agency, I think, in that sense. And you make more room for someone different or interesting or has a more textured conversation or conversational approach, I think, to a tough topic. I always get asked in my job being at IRE, like, what are the actual tools? And I'm trying to avoid the sassy gay man in me that's like, let me Google that for you. But I'm going to say that there are so many helpful practical tools now. SPJ just launched Sources of Color in partnership with PRSA. You can sign up for it. There's People of Color Also Know Stuff. There's HARO, Help a Reporter Out, which connects journalists with experts and sources. Those are just a few of them. And I want to acknowledge NPR has really been interesting in that they've put out a lot of data that hasn't really made them look great at inclusive sourcing historically. Their numbers have gotten a little better and they own it. And they're trying to be cognizant of their spots where they don't have knowledge, right? And so here in Wisconsin, I know Wisconsin Public Radio has a source tracking device that you can use and replicate in your offices and newsrooms. And I highly recommend studying it. And the folks in these organizations are always happy to talk to you about, pretty much always happy to talk to you. I can speak for all of them, but about this. So there are ways to operationalize that. And I think the spirit is here because we're all kind of generally in agreement on this, but it's taking that next step and it's getting your power structure around you to take this seriously and to use those tools. And I think the last thing I would say about this is being inclusive is a skill on par with any other skill you will learn in journalism school or you will do on the job. Your work will be better. You will enjoy it more. You will be more proud of it. And you can go and be the best records reporter. You can go and be a sleuth and get all this information and look like a badass and sound awesome on the phone. But if you have stupid framing, if you have framing that is not accurate or culturally sensitive, you just completely shot yourself in the foot and you will be dragged online, and you probably deserve it because the work goes beyond just the easy binary of some of this. And so I always say, yes, like I will help you learn how to do some data analysis and some records, but we're going to talk about cultural competency because I don't want all your work to be for naught, because I usually know intention is good. And Nicole Hannah-Jones says we focus so much on intention and not outcome. And the more you focus on outcome, the less emotional a lot of this work becomes, and you start to be less defensive of what needs to be done.
Thank you.
Nikki, anything to add?
That was perfect. But I think this idea of elevating inclusivity as a journalism skill, like it's a human skill, right? But advocating it as a journalism skill, I think could not be more important. I'm so glad we have so many people who actually have left the newsroom to actually use the power they had from being great journalists to go into these newsroom spaces and start to kind of bring diversity and equity values and belonging too with them. But I do think there are sort of two other things that I wanted to add to this, which is kind of thinking about the ecosystem of how different types of outlets feed on each other. And to some degree, right, I'm thinking about this shooting that happened in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I'm not super up on all the details, but basically what's happening is national news is coming in and reporting on police brutality. And they're replicating the sources that local media is using, right? And then they're elevating it up for a broader audience that would otherwise really not know what's happening in the shooting in Grand Rapids, to be quite honest, right? And so it really starts at the local level. If local outlets aren't doing good sourcing, then when the big national news media goes in to kind of pick those stories up, that is going to be kind of redoubled onto a much larger audience, right? The same thing goes for like national outlets that are trying to scoop in to start to do more reporting in areas where there is less sort of local boots on the ground. And what ends up happening, Jessica Hussman has written about this a little bit in her critiques, is that you're not talking to the ordinary person, you're talking to a community leader. You're talking to the people who have made themselves known, right? And know what journalism looks like. And so national news outlets unintentionally end up elevating people who are already in power because they don't know the community. So I think we need to think about these kind of like ecosystems and the way that different outlets influence each other. The second thing I think we need to think about is the language that we're using. And Anita and I got into a conversation on Twitter yesterday, because I think, who did they refer to as like the first openly gay something? Like I was riffing off of something being like openly gay, like, like it's something you have to hide, right? There's something about that word. And then Anita pops on and says, well, maybe we should start identifying people as like openly cisgender or whatever it might be. And so often though, right, these inclusive sources end up getting like identity grouped. Like, so, this person who identifies as transgender, like, even if the story is not about trans issues, right? Or this person who is a Black man that lives in this part of the, and so when we're actually reaching out to these different sources, are we actually remarginalizing them, And so I think that's also part of it. The other thing is like, why aren't we talking about television and like local television? Is there anybody from local television in this room? Because this seems to be like a problem of digital first and like newspaper, and maybe local television doesn't seem to care because they're still making money from election ads. But I got to tell you that in the next 10 years, that's not going to work anymore. So we really need to think about the media that most people are still kind of encountering on a daily basis. And a lot of that is television or television through a social media outlet. And those folks need to be in this room. So not like to condemn this room, but where are you? You have responsibility
You are part of this media mistrust. So I'm done now.
Oh, but not quite yet, because there's one more question and then we're going to turn it to audience questions. I did just want to say as a follow-up to my tweet related to Nikki's that every single media interview I've ever done, they ask me, how do you identify? And I just really hope I live to see the day when a white man on Wall Street is asked the same question in a media interview. It hasn't happened yet. So my third and final question for you, and then we'll turn it to our audience, is how might traditional notions of neutrality or objectivity become barriers to substantive, inclusive coverage? Francisco, why don't you start?
Okay, well, I like that we were on the same wavelength about looking up, dictionary definitions, because this I feel is like, oh my God, it's just like Supreme Court law, like litigating in newsrooms, like the level of people's feelings around this. So just for table setting, I looked up objective. It's not influenced by personal feelings or opinions in considering and representing facts. For neutral, not helping or supporting either side in a conflict, disagreement, etc. Semicolon impartial. And so, like what I'm going to say, I agree with, but it's not just what I said. It comes from a panel that we had at IRE in June of 2020, when, the nation was really discussing after George Floyd's murder, where we should go. So I credit Maria Carrillo, Julia B. Chan, Matt Thompson, Martin Reynolds. They all are great folks to follow if you don't already. And they said, so I'm reading this because this came out of took notes out of our session. Objectivity is a matter of perspective. If we're only looking at an issue through multiple lenses, there is no such thing as objectivity. Objectivity assumes that we're all having the same life experiences and have the same questions, which is far from true. Even people with the same groups have different experiences and perspectives. Objectivity is the ideology of power. Objective journalism can have the tendency to reinforce power and dominate consensus instead of challenging it and holding the powerful accountable. And I think about, I saw an interesting piece also a few years ago, and it just came to me right now, but there was another journalist who wrote about how, like, when you go to the doctor or you go to any other place to get a service, you just hope people are going to do their job, and who knows who they voted for, right? But you just kind of trust the nurse's assistant's going to just like give you that injection, right? Or they're going to process that paperwork. And you kind of think about, why don't we look a little at ourselves about that when it comes to journalism? Like, I believe in voting, and I know journalists who do not vote because they're so scared of their bias seeping into their stories. And I find it really interesting because I think like it's kind of undercutting, I believe, respect for yourself as a professional and respect for each other as professionals, that you can work to be fair. And I know like fair and balanced has kind of been appropriated by a news network, but I do think about what do you strive to, right? Because you're a human and we make mistakes and we have errors, but what is your goal and what kind of quality are you trying to reach? And so I think, was it fair? Was I giving people in the interviews their dignity in our interactions? Kind of going to wrap up to the other two questions. I think several people in here, are anyone in here, you consider yourself a journalist? Okay. Do you believe in democracy? In the free press? You have a bias. Look up the definition of bias. So let's not get a little too high on our horse, and a little too self-righteous about this. We have to check ourselves. And I think about that when I interact with journalists internationally. And I'm just like, well, this is just how it should be. This is just, and then I think, oh, that's my American ethnocentrism. And I have to check myself on that. I work with journalists from Mexico. I knew journalists that were killed across the border from my newsroom when I worked in Laredo, Texas. And so I feel like it's something you can't take for granted, and it's much bigger. And we squabble about some of these things that I just think are a waste of time when there's bigger things to talk about, and that we, want to strive towards having more courageous, thoughtful journalism. And so I look around into the newsrooms and I don't see any parrots. I see people. And I think we need to be very cautious about what we are parroting in our framing and the words we're choosing.
No, that, I mean, I could see a hashtag parrots, not people as a,
Yes, please, immediately.
it's funny. You just made me think about, I teach journalism, diversity and equity class. And I had students watch an interview with Ruben Salazar, the murdered Mexican-American journalist. And he was asked shortly before he was killed, well, then that's again a subject of dispute, right? A great conspiracy. But he was asked, people will say, you're not objective. Are you objective? And he answered really well, which was, much like most American journalists believe in the country and the economy and democracy as goods, I believe in the Mexican-American community having stories that are important to tell. And I thought it was just answer. Like, I'm totally horribly misquoting that, but that was kind of the genesis of like, you start from a starting point where these things are important, right? And I'm just looking at one subset of things that are important, right? So I just kind of wanted to kind of respond to that. But I also want to take this on the flip side, which are the ways in which claims to journalism needing to be objective have been weaponized by people who are adversarial to the mission of the press. And I think it's, you see this like sort of playing the ref thing with platforms now, but this playing the ref by the Republican Party is a deliberate strategy that begins in 1970 with the Nixon Southern strategy, a deliberate attempt to paste the mainstream news media as not objective. Right. And I worry, and that's an old argument. We know what the results of that are. What I worry a lot about is what happens in this era where a lot of funders like Democracy Fund and the Knight Foundation and the MacArthur Foundation have really strong upfront principles of diversity and equity and like surface those as being integral to their nonpartisan mission. And then they're going and giving money to outlets in places that are deeply hostile to media, right? And I talk about this a little bit in my book, but I think there are cases, Mississippi Today, 100 Days in Appalachia. I'd be curious to know if there are more where these are foundation funded outlets that are getting money from the outside and they are willing to question established power structures. They're not afraid to do it. But their journalism is immediately discredited because it's not objective, right? Like the Republican power establishment in Mississippi can say, you're not objective. You're getting money, you're getting New York money and, like you're a liberal bias, like we can't. And so we need to be really attentive to how much we want to talk about this, how we want to talk about this, and the ways in which we're centering our values. Like I don't have an answer for it, but I just think we need to be attuned to as we go through all of this really cool stuff that's happening in journalism. And I am very hopeful that we are also attuned to the fact that the critiques of journalism as not objective are going to be weaponized in ways that we have not even seen. So sorry to be like the dark person in the room, but also I think that there's something like, because we are such a threat now, because we are doing journalism that matters in a way that is holding the power to account with a new vigor, I think we need to be doubly on guard that this old trope doesn't undermine the good work that's being done.
Yeah, I just really appreciate that point. I think, you articulate so well where I do feel like there's this overcorrection. Like the worst thing a journalist feels like they can be called is biased. And so therefore sometimes I feel like we're doing everything we can to give voice to misinformation and disinformation and just horrible people that we know are weaponizing it, like you said, just because of our hope that we won't be called biased. It's like, I can assure you, I overcorrected. I was tame in some of my earlier reporting because I was so scared, but I know once they saw my name, once they saw my face, my bias is going to be called into question, no matter what I did. And trying to appease them. And I think there comes a point where you have to have a backbone and be like, what are the facts? What is the most accurate thing that's going on here? So yeah, I just want to back you up on that point 100%.
Thank you for that. I'll take moderator's privilege to say that I encourage all journalists to be biased in favor of the truth. And I really appreciate your show of hands exercise.
People, not parrots.
People, not parrots. Get it trending, please. Could we get a question or two from the audience?
Also, I do love birds. This isn't, I'm not slandering birds here. I just want you to know.
No, it's true. We have one in the front. I think the microphone's coming.
Hi, thanks so much for this panel. This is great. And I know that the panel was mostly about, how do we represent communities equitably, but it also makes me wonder about how do we reach them in the first place through the medium. And I'm wondering if any of you could talk a little bit about to what extent certain news outlets might be just constrained by the medium. For instance, not everyone has internet access, and a lot of people we want to cover also don't. Then shouldn't they have access to the story? Or some people communicate via group chats, things like that. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about that.
Rock, paper, scissors, or well, I mean, can you actually, I think let's take a step back and think about linguistic diversity. I mean, like, it's kind of sad how many journalists only speak English in our country when it's, I mean, seriously, right? Like, and if our ballots are being printed in like 8 different languages, then those are the languages we should have fluency in the newsroom. And that's like not about technology. That's about being able to talk to somebody, right? So maybe we can start with like language, right? But I think there are a lot of great experiments happening right now. The worry I have is how you get that power to trickle back up. But I think Outlier Media is doing some really cool stuff with text-based reporting. It's amazing that the US has just discovered that people use mobile phones to do things like communicate, when this has been a major thing that has happened in like the global South for more than a decade, right? So thinking about alternative ways to reach people through media and technology that you might not already have, but also like, I don't see a real problem with journalists being advocates for broadband and broadband expansion. I think that like having information is a basic human right, and being able to have that so that people can get information is not like you're not saying how it has to be done, but I do think like if communities are having barriers to being wired, that is something that needs to be called out, right? And so we need to maybe think about how we can use that as an equity-based framing to increase information rather than maybe, okay, there's a whole other side, but let's say we had a government subsidy for a cell phone plan, right? That would maybe give you more of a chance to access information, right? Versus a government subsidy to like fund newsrooms, right? So point being, right, we need to think about the barriers that are in place, the barriers that we can actually address, like hiring people who are multilingual, right? And then thinking about what we feel comfortable as powerful institutions and advocating for that basic right for information.
Yeah, I love that answer. Like looking at it 2 ways, like structurally, like what could we advocate as an industry for? And I think sometimes we don't think about that or use our bully pulpit enough along those lines. If I may, I think to answer that question, when I think about my experience as a local reporter, there are a couple of things that stick out to me, and that is spending time in the spaces, remember, as a guest, but spending time in those spaces, you'd like to gain those audiences and their trust. And we talked a little bit about maybe how to do that when you're in that space, but I think that that's key because some folks have never met a journalist and they don't know what we do or who we are, or like they think, yeah. So it's like you're the first person to show up, and you kind of have to remember that and give people a little bit of that background and education. I remember working at a small, mid-sized newspaper, and we had community papers. And so those would be the ones that would be thrown on people's yards. And in the southwest part of the county, we didn't really have great access to the internet. There were linguistic issues of like exactly what you brought up in practice. And when my story would run in the main daily, I wouldn't get as much response because I covered those counties as an education reporter. And there's 19 school districts in in Bexar County where I'm from. And so those communities, when they would pick up the stories in the Southside Reporter, which is thrown in their yards, suddenly then, even though they would run a few days later, I'd be at a school board meeting, just hanging out in the back, like taking notes and just waiting for an item to come up. And people would be like, hey, I read your story when they were on break. Like someone would come up to me, start talking to me, tell me like, I've been in the district so many years, or my kid's been in the district so many years. And if I had not spent the time, if I had not had supportive editors and also advocated for the importance of me being given paid time to be there, at the campuses to be accessible, then I think that would have been one barrier. So spending time in that space and doing it that way, and then working with what information are they getting? Because when you start spending time in those spaces, you realize bulletin boards still matter. Like the hard copies of things in a lot of these spaces. People still like tactile things. Whenever there was like the Spurs won a championship, which it's sadly been a while, but when they did, the thing that the city would come out for the next day is to go to the newspaper and there'd be lines outside to get a copy of the paper. Now, I know it's kind of challenging to think like, and when you're trying to be realistic or you're skeptical, like, okay, well, that was like that kind of event. But why wouldn't we strive to remember that it still means something and not give up that so easily? And then Sewell brought up great examples of like using text messaging based apps or other ways that news organizations all throughout the country, like small nonprofits, are doing this engaging work. So I know that like Neiman and Pointer have written about those too as other examples of lower cost ways of operationalizing it.
Thank you for that. I have received word that we are at time. Please join me in thanking our panelists one more time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all so much. That was fantastic. And building off of some of what we heard, I'd like to introduce our next points of view. This comes from Tracy Powell, who is the founder of the Pivot Fund, and she's going to talk about shifting power and the case for culturally competent news media.
Practices of institutionalized racism are alive and well, both in terms of funding and journalism. We fund people who we know. Corporate media organizations cover people, produce news and information for people that they know. And oftentimes that leaves out whole communities of color, immigrant communities, LGBTQ communities. And it's just because we practice what we know. Because both philanthropy and journalism are so predominantly white, that often leaves out people who don't look and sound white. I'm not saying that people aren't trying, it's just that they don't know what they don't know. More interestingly, I think Black and Brown communities don't necessarily want or need these institutions to cover them, especially after being ignored and more precisely harmed by a lot of journalism coverage. So they don't want to be the objects of white gaze anymore, or reporting that serves the white gaze. They are in need of critical news and information for them that helps them navigate their daily lives. Journalists of color need to hold more leadership roles, but not just journalists who think the way we do or might quote unquote fit into our existing cultures. Journalism needs to change its culture, and they need to recruit and hire and promote people who don't necessarily who are not necessarily part of groupthink. There needs to be diversity of thought. At the same time, I believe that we need to be more supportive of independent community news outlets. That's our best opportunity at rebuilding trust with communities. In fact, there are, BIPOC news outlets, BIPOC community news, existing assets in communities, and philanthropy as a whole needs to figure out how to better support those community outlets. And I think journalism, corporate media organizations need to figure out how to best partner and collaborate with those organizations. I'm not talking about giving these organizations your content to run on their sites and in their print pages. How collaboration works is that you work hand in hand as true partners, equal partners with those BIPOC community news outlets to serve, to make sure critical information reaches these very important audiences and community members. If we want to grow trust in communities, that means investing in local and community news, particularly local and community news produced by and for BIPOC communities. I think what keeps me up at night is I see and meet some incredible community journalists who are not part of anybody's established network. No, they're not part of, National Association of Black Journalists. They're not part of INN. They're not part of Report for America. They're not part of this kind of established media ecosystem. And so these organizations just don't know about them, but they're doing incredibly important work. But they are oftentimes the only ones out there covering and delivering news and information for their communities. How to get them connected, how to get them resourced keeps me up at night. I think what gives me hope is when I come across a news outlet led by a woman. I found one here in Georgia where a woman started posting news and information on a Facebook page after she'd been unable to land a job as a journalist. She's a journalist by training, went to school to become a journalist, but she wanted to be in front of the camera and she couldn't find a job. Nobody would hire her and put her in front of the camera. They always wanted to give her a production job. So she left journalism, or so she thought she was leaving journalism. And she started her own media company. She started it off on Facebook, and now she owns a TV station that's broadcasting to 600,000 households. She did this by building an audience and a community online. She did this by covering news and information that her community wanted and needed. She was out covering a police shooting live. Usually this community is never ever covered by news, local news. The TV station before she bought it was predominantly Christian and white. And so now she's bringing those two audiences together. To me, that what they've been able to do is just incredible. And that's who we should be investing in. I've come across a couple of Latino Facebook groups, and they produce credible news and information. One is a husband and wife team. He sells advertising, she reports the news. And now they're syndicating their content to local radio stations because they know that Spanish speakers in their community, that's how they get news and information, is through the ear. Those are the kinds of organizations the Pivot Fund invests in, and those are who types of organizations funders should be paying closer attention to.
Thank you so much to Tracy for that. I really appreciate everyone's generosity with their time and ideas. So it's now lunchtime. So please join us for lunch just beyond that back wall. You can exit this side or that side, and we can continue the conversation. You know that I'm a professor, and so I like to assign homework. I also like to enforce deadlines. So we will be back here promptly at 12:45 for the announcement of the 2022 finalists and winner of the Anthony Shadid Award for Journalism Ethics. So I'll see you back here again promptly at 12:45 to lead off into our afternoon. Enjoy your lunch, everybody.
Oh, you front listened. I did. I'm not having any problems with that.
What happens to storm lake, whatever? I'm really glad you. Super Hurricanes, let's go. Thank you for bringing me back to the
I'm gonna do it.
Thank you.
I'm just
Okay, I'm gonna try to do something.
Okay, good. Hors d'oeuvres, wine, beer.
local, like most likely it's like. Obviously, you know. Yes, communications and graphic design, so they're helping them. So they're employees. I know that, I just thought I had to let you know now. My roommate from college. Yeah. That's cool. No, that's cool. Yeah. So I'm excited, but I'm definitely like. Find out what plan is doing. I think I find this work plan is doing. No, not my mom. So also such a good team for the class. She's like, just the how you're like. Like direct or something. Okay, that's down. And I know more than you. The ethics of things than you are. Where's this coming from? Only because all of a sudden they're making it clear already that they're not telling me any information. Like it's insane. There's all these group chats of people. Especially during the our work. They know they want to work for them. Yeah, they knew the truth. I mean, you start working application process, but like I was so young. It's not that I don't like communication right now. It is cool, but I know. Right. But I think this would be a good first step. It will also be nice. And that's, yeah, it would be time. Yeah, so honestly, that's how the things are really like. Like I have something. But it's like not. Like, and it is just a step. First thing. And you also like. And honestly, like going back to school, like I've always wanted that's something.
I like that title. Oh, thank you, thank you. I still can't think of one. So many times I go and everybody rags and gives themselves all kinds of titles. Oh, I know. How bogus these titles are. Right. Yeah, well, do you have a degree before you say that?
No, you weren't.
Do you have a degree? But I went to the University of Wisconsin. That's true, yeah. It's not an honorable title. Going to UW. A lot of states, better that mention Wisconsin. Yeah. Yeah, when I go out of state and I mention Wisconsin, people react really negatively. Yeah, with all the politics that goes on, like Gableman.
Oh, Gableman and
Yeah,
Walker. Oh, that's
yeah,
correct.
that's what everybody hears on the news. That's what they see. You know about the bizarre murders we have.
Oh, like which one?
Oh, the latest one's that 10-year-old girl in Chippewa Falls.
Oh, I didn't hear about
You
that.
didn't hear about that?
Was that recent?
Yeah, man, this 14-year-old guy who knew her. 10-year-old girl.
I didn't hear about that one.
You didn't hear about that?
I heard about one of the newsrooms. Super weird.
You know, they have him guy, the guy who killed his parents?
Yeah.
Butchered him?
Yeah.
And buried him in different places?
Yeah, totally.
And this is like Ed Gein and.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Jeffrey Dahmer, I mean, we really have the worst cases. So when you mention Wisconsin, traveling around the country, you know, that's what people's images are.
Exactly.
They don't think of cheese anymore.
Or it used to be good government.
Right. Yeah, they don't think that anymore. Now it's like, whoa, that state's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't know what you
Was that real news?
Sexually assaulted her after he killed her. Jeffrey Dahmer style.
Right.
You didn't hear about it?
Well, when did this happen?
I think Sunday or Monday.
Oh, okay.
And they arrested the 8th grader. Eighth grader.
No, I agree.
And the second year. Okay, listen, it's a 10-year-old. In a town, small town. Oh, it's out. Yeah, they said they're gonna charge him an adult. Surprised you didn't hear about this one.
Local stuff.
Oh, the local crazy news?
Yeah, I must have just followed it.
Oh. So but you knew about the Hagelman guy.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Because I was watching that on YouTube.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, it was fascinating. I've never seen a more open and shut criminal case.
Well, yeah, especially put the body parts all over the state.
Yeah, I know.
His mother's bone, leg over here, his dad's bone.
I mean, there's nothing extenuating or excusable about it.
No, and he just like behaved like as if just a normal thing. Like, and he just announced that if anybody wants to be my lawyer for the appeal, you're welcome to come. But he got somebody who's actually interested. Well, anybody wants to give himself a name, it's an ideal story, but yeah, well, how are they going to defend him? And beating him all over the place. Up north, east. One leg here, an arm here, then he drove another 50 miles to put the head here. Just amazing. And how about the one from Milton? Who killed the husband and wife, the Algorithmic?
Oh, yeah, that was a few years ago.
Yeah, but the trial's coming up.
Oh, is it?
Yes, yeah, that's another one. Even though that's just regular murder.
Right. There's going to be another one coming up in the beginning of June about some guy that just left the body somewhere on the south side.
Who was that?
I forget what the guy's name is. Getting unlawful disposal of corpse.
That's what they use in yeah. That's all they go after.
Right.
So they can't get anything else. It's just putting the body away. Yeah.
Near the end.
I think that's what they charge Harvard also. So it matters what you do with the folks after. Well, you gotta pay attention to the latest one. It's an 8th grade boy. 10 years old, I assume she's in 5th grade. They're like Fred, I mean, local neighborhood, Chippewa Falls. Not a big city. small town. No, it's not. And Keene comes from a small town. Like Plain, right? Wasn't it from Plain? Plainfield. Oh, Plainfield. Yeah. We do. Oh, Jeff Dahmer. Classic. Everybody knows him. When Jeff Dahmer was talking, I was traveling overseas. And as I mentioned the word Wisconsin, oh, Jeffrey Dahmer. That's it. First thing everybody said, everyone. That's all I heard. That's all people say about me. So you mentioned Wisconsin, you go out of state. Yeah. That's what people, that's the image people have now. That's what they hear. And Gableman. Yeah, that's all people talk about. Yeah. No more cheese. People don't mention cheese anymore. Well, it was honest government. Yeah, as long as a clean government compared to the East Coast. Right. That's reputation. It's strange. Gotta pay attention because it's very small. I will. It's kids. It's really it's difficult to do, but I think it's just local pressure. I think it's just people are so in shock. Right. 14-year-old kid, and then it's not until after it kills her, not before. That's I think it's probably going. 14 and a 10-year-old, I assume they were just neighborhood kids, right, playing or whatever.
Hey, congratulations to you fine people for obeying deadline. I would offer you extra credit in the class, but instead I'm just going to penalize them like a fact error, minus 10 points for not being back on time. Krista, you lost 10 points for not being back on time. Oh. All right, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I found the cookies particularly delightful. Chocolate chip, love it. We turn now to a moment that's really, really important to me and to everyone involved in the Center for Journalism Ethics. Every year for the last 10, it has been our distinct privilege to bestow an award in honor of a man who personified courage and integrity in journalism, Anthony Shadid. Anthony was one of the most respected journalists of his time, and he was also really special to us. Anthony was an alum of the J School here at UW-Madison. He served on the advisory board for our center, and he worked tirelessly to mentor students who had interests in international reporting. He was a diehard Packer fan and just an all-around great person. It gives me such pleasure to introduce you to the 2022 finalists for the Anthony Shadid Award for Journalism Ethics.
Behind every news story, journalists are making a lot of decisions that require considering a variety of ethical concerns. Weighing the impact of those decisions and celebrating the rigorous ethical thought behind them is part of what makes the Shadid Award so unique.
Now, as journalism moves forward in this rocky time, in this polarized time, this award's emphasis on care, on ethics, on good journalistic practices is so important. And what the Center is trying to do here is push the field of journalism into fulfilling its promises and its obligations.
One, I began the story on the ground. I was there when the coup broke out. I was there with people, speaking to people, working with activists and protesters, seeing what they were doing. And that gave me a unique insight. I was able to bring more insight. I was able to bring a depth of knowledge that perhaps other reporters weren't. And we wanted to go a step further and really find out what was actually happening. Accusations of torture. Well, let's find out what actually happened in those cases. Let's follow up. Let's not just share the post or the video. Let's not just have a brief, responsive analysis. Let's actually dig deeper and try and find out what's actually happened, and do that in collaboration with other people, with experts, with people who really know what they're talking about. The people we were speaking to were all people that were looking to get their message out, people who wanted to speak to us. They fully understood what they were undertaking and that we weren't pressuring anyone, and that we took every precaution possible to make sure that we weren't exposing them. It's really important to know that this isn't new. This has been happening for a long time, but it's now happening across the board to almost everyone, to all these ordinary citizens, and no one's safe. And it's really opened the eyes of so many people who have been unaffected by violence and cruelty of the military. Hearing from these different voices and different people who have different lived experiences in Myanmar is vital to fully understand the situation there.
Early on, when we started reporting these stories and we were looking at people who were severely mentally ill, but were also being accused of very terrible crimes, what we were very conscious, what we were very aware of from the start was that we did not want to stigmatize the mentally ill. They had the type of severe mental illness that it was so severe, so debilitating that they could not stand trial, that they could not participate in their own defense. And that is a significant mental illness, that they were often just being completely lost in the system. They were often released back into the community with no supervision, no help, no support. And we were trying as often as we could to show that the support that they were not given was having a great deal of impact on them. And then the impact to show is, well, there are other victims now. As we reported these stories, we were being as careful and considerate and as compassionate as possible. It wasn't just that, yes, they need treatments, they need supervision, but there are also victims here. There were victims of crimes, very severe, heinous crimes, and they couldn't be ignored either. So we were trying to weigh both areas and make sure that we were showing equal importance. There's no real villain here, so to speak. There's a system that's let a lot of people down, that's failed a lot of people down on both sides.
One of the things about our system we often get focused on is the rates that people pay. And I think it's important to see what's going on at the very, very top of the wealth spectrum. But we focused on what we thought was new. That is, what the wealthiest people pay. In the process of reporting, I think it was very revealing about the structure of our society. I think this touched on a lot of areas. So on the one hand, we're dealing with something that a lot of Americans consider private, especially folks who are not public figures. But we decided to to stay focused on CEOs of large companies, people with massive fortunes. So we were very careful with that. We also took extraordinary measures to make sure that the information we had was not going to be accessible to anyone. Everything was very secured. We thought that was very important. Working with this information and publishing these stories has some level of personal risk. We thought that these stories were worth telling. All those things kind of came into play as we worked our way through this.
These stories show again and again that, especially for child sex trafficking, these are kids who are already vulnerable. We wrote about the way that the public misunderstands these stories and can make false stories go viral, harming real people in that process. There were really difficult challenges because I was doing things like riding along with the police overnight and watching them arrest people who may have been sex trafficking victims, and in some cases were definitely victims of sex trafficking. You know, we're not just asking people, can I interview you once? You know, I'm spending time with them constantly, and they're dealing with so much going on in their lives. And so someone who's considering pulling out of a story, it's always up to them whether or not they want to be a part of the story, if it's the way that they've been victimized, especially. Every single sentence, you know, that we put in a story like this, especially in a case where we're trying to protect someone's identity, has the potential to compromise them. Thinking about how do we make these stories about real people, real children, and how do we get people to feel like they get the chance to walk in that person's shoes without putting that person in harm's way by making them identifiable in the story. It's really difficult.
I'm amazed at how much thinking and care goes into the production of these stories, whether it's videos from hotspots around the globe to domestic challenges and crises, where protecting the confidentiality of sources and the way information is obtained is of the essence. As judges, we look for evidence of all of the thinking that goes into the production of these pieces.
For me, first time judge, it's been a very rewarding practice to watch, read, and review so many outstanding pieces of journalism all throughout the country, all throughout the world. It was some outstanding work and made it hard to judge and pick out who was a winner, and what was such an amazing compilation of stories that we saw from all the submissions from around the world.
You'd have to be ice cold to not feel really good about your job getting to honor that. So please join me in a round of applause for our 2022 winner of the Anthony Shadid Award for Journalism Ethics, Jessica Contreras from the Washington Post, for her extraordinary care in reporting on victims of child sex trafficking who are prosecuted. We're going to be honoring Jessica at our May 17th Shadid Award event in New York City. If you're interested in joining us, as some in the room are already registered, there's more information available. We don't have it up there at go.wisc.edu/award, or you can just pop on over to our website. I want to thank Carrie and Manu, two of our judges who were featured in that video, but also the rest of our entire judging panel and my colleague Lucas Graves, who leads that wonderful group. I have to tell you, it's not easy work. These are hard stories. There's a lot that they have to tackle, and they make some really difficult decisions, and they do it with grace and thoughtfulness and a lot of discussion. So I'm eternally grateful to them. As I mentioned earlier, Anthony was committed to the next generation of reporters. He always wanted to help them. He wanted to help students do the work he did and that he believed in. Sewell, who worked with Anthony for a short time, can certainly echo that. He would do, back then it was the pre-Zoom era, but he would do Skype interviews from Iraq with students of mine. He just was amazingly dedicated. That makes it all the more meaningful that today we are awarding the very first Anthony Shadid Memorial Scholarship to support international reporting experiences for a J School student. Please join me in welcoming to the stage our inaugural winner, Audrey Thiebert. It is a long walk. Congratulations, Audrey.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name's Audrey Thiebert. I'm a journalism and anthropology double major, and I'm gonna pursue a Middle Eastern Studies certificate. And I really just wanted to say that I'm so honored and humbled to receive this award. Anthony Shadid, he left such a profound legacy of true and human-oriented journalism, and I really hope to continue that in my own work, especially with the help of this award. Thank you so much.
So 10 years ago, I stood on this stage in this exact spot to offer a tribute to Anthony, just weeks after his death. I said, Anthony Shadid was a remarkable journalist, but he was an even better man. In reading Audrey's scholarship application and reviewing the work of all of these Shadid Award finalists and winners over the years, I see Anthony's legacy very much alive and thriving. And despite how deeply we miss him, everyone associated with the center is so grateful. And we do all of this in his name with tremendous pride and tremendous gratitude for everything that he was and everything that the next generation of journalists will be. So thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Audrey. And thank you to everyone who participates in this important legacy. Let me now invite up Nick Penzenstatler and his panel, which is going to focus on how we cover inequity in a particular area. And we chose inequity in tech. So come on up, you guys. There we go. This button here, and then you see the green light. Okay, nice. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Katie. And I'm Nick Penzenstatler. I'm a reporter with USA Today. I live over in Milwaukee. I'm on the advisory board, so I'm a hop, skip, and a jump away. And I'm very excited about our panel today. I'm joined by Paul Chung, veteran journalist from the Center for Public Integrity. Before that, he was with the Knight Foundation. And as you see in his bio, he led cross-functional teams of journalists and data scientists and interactive producers at NBC, the Associated Press, the Wall Street Journal, and the Miami Herald, as well as Julia Angwin, the founder and editor at large at The Markup. Before joining The Markup, she led investigative teams at ProPublica, the Wall Street Journal, and is the author of Dragnet Nation, A Quest for Privacy, Security, and Freedom in a World of Relentless Surveillance, and Stealing MySpace, the battle to control the most popular website in America. So today we're going to chat about tech, which is obviously, if you think about how you arrived here today, I was thinking about it on my way in. I had my Google Maps up, I was checking my email. I interact with tech so much. It influences everybody's day-to-day lives. It influences where we're going, where we've been. So I thought we'd maybe start with how do we get to this moment in time with tech, and why is it important now to put so much journalistic emphasis on tech and how it influences us?
Can you look at me?
Yes.
Hi, it's great to be here. I'm a longtime technology journalist, and I grew up in Silicon Valley in Palo Alto, and I thought I would go into the tech industry. I learned programming in 5th grade, and I studied computer science in college, and I fell in love with my college newspaper at the University of Chicago, where, by the way, we would come up to Madison for fun. And I, as a journalist, having covered the technology industry since basically it's, the dawn of the internet era, it's just a very white field. I think there's no other way to describe it, right? I grew up in Palo Alto, and I actually didn't realize how segregated my world was until I came to school at Chicago and saw what a more integrated community looked like. And when I went back there as a reporter for the San Francisco Chronicle, I was just shocked. It was 1996. And I thought, what is going on? This is the whitest thing I've ever seen. And I did a big series, an investigative series at the Chronicle in 1997 called The Digital Divide. And it was basically about how all these companies didn't hire any Black and brown people, and they were supposed to meet certain standards for their federal contracts for diversity, and they weren't meeting them. And then flash forward now, what we're seeing is that the industry hasn't changed that much, but the impact of what the technology world does is so meaningful, right? Every bit of our lives is mediated by technology. And there are so many stories of how those systems that have been built for us, that are the technology systems, are biased, and the bias is baked in to the algorithms. And there are so many examples of it, but I think one example that's probably just an easy one is there was a time when when somebody did an analysis of Amazon Prime and saw that they just weren't delivering in minority neighborhoods, right? And that's just like a basic service that was not being offered and was being redlined. And so much of our world now relies on those decisions that are baked into algorithms. They're not adjudicated at a city council meeting. They're not in public. And so if technology journalists don't work to uncover those biases that are baked in, we will cement in the biases of the people who build these systems. And so that's why I think it's so important to have this conversation about how to cover the inequities in tech with the context of understanding how it came to be that way.
So a little bit personal story. I don't own any tech equipment until I was in college. Even my senior year, I'm also an immigrant from Hong Kong, came to the States. I went to NYU and I was just using my roommate's computer. And so my family couldn't afford to buy a real computer until my senior year when I have to work. And so when I think about technology, is really also who has it and who doesn't, and how do you access that? As a queer person, the internet was incredibly important for me through my exploration of my identity. That's something that a lot of people don't think about nowadays, right? And unless you're sort of queer and you're exploring your identity. So in some way, the internet become that this piece of technology allowed me to explore a part of myself that otherwise I was too afraid to go public on. So when you think about how technology impacts you, is not only who have access, but for what purpose you're using. And so I think a lot of folks sort of assume like technology is all around it, but a lot of people use technologies in ways that you don't even know why they're doing it.
Yeah, Julie, you talked about the term algorithmic accountability. I think it's a little obscure for people. So, I mean, can you walk us through that? And do you think those are developers that are trying to take shortcuts and make things more efficient, or it's a money thing, or like how does that bias get into this code?
So algorithmic accountability is basically the idea that we as an independent, some sort of independent entity tries to hold an algorithm accountable, just the way we would normally hold an institution accountable for its decisions. But the thing about algorithms is their decisions are dynamic and fluid. So think about an algorithm that you use every day, probably Google search. You look up a query, there's results. There's not a human who sat down and said, I want the results for that query to be this. There's a computer program that has basically used some machine learning to develop that, to grab those results and give you an answer. So a good example of algorithmic accountability is an investigation that we did at the markup 2 years ago. There are a lot of people who told us that I'm trying to get myself higher up in Google search results, but I can't because Google puts its own products first, right? And we were like, okay, you hear these anecdotes, but how can you prove that? Because there are just millions and billions of different search queries. And like, how would you know whether this person's claim that they should be higher in results is really valid? And so what we did was we scraped thousands and thousands of Google search results and analyzed them. We actually just took like a visual look at them, and we used automation to sort of color the page. So we basically painted parts of the page different colors, whether it was a Google product or whether it was an independent link to a website. And then once we saw that, and we couldn't really look at it all in one place, we used, statistics to analyze it. We saw that more than half of the page was devoted to Google's own products. And so suddenly we had a finding that was able to hold this algorithm accountable for its sort of systematic results, right? And not just have anecdotes, which people had been saying for years. And so that's the kind of work that the markup really specializes in, algorithmic accountability. And that's the kind of work we do, because lawmakers who are right now trying to decide whether to break up Google, whether to regulate Google, one of the main questions that's facing that the Senate is considering right now is a bill that would prevent companies like Google from, quote, self-preferencing, meaning giving an advantage to their own products on their platforms. And if they don't have the data about how often that's happening, they can't make a decision about that. And so I think that it's really important, not just for journalists, but for regulators, everyone, to do more algorithmic accountability, because these systems are all over and they can embed really strong biases in them.
So Paul, what about this community of developers that I think most people think is pretty diverse? Like developers generally, there's a diverse community. Why aren't those people being elevated to these positions to make some of these changes, do you think?
Well, just like every other systems, they're not there to make decisions, right? And I think, when you think about the communities of developers, everyone, it's sort of like fashion, right? Like some people will just work on the lead sleeve. Like there's not one person that will just construct your jacket from the beginning to the end, right? Same with sort of like coding, like different people are responsible for different parts. So unless you sort of have that overview of where that's going, most people are just doing sort of like their part, right? So it's sort of hard to, and I think that's why accountability is really hard when you think about the companies. Like I truly believe I met a lot of great people in these tech platforms. I don't think they're evil. I don't think they're there to like, let me get you, or let me just undermine democracy, right? That's not who they are in general. But they all work on these giant companies with giant product that's really complex. So when you just have a series of people doing different things with very little discussions about unintentional consequences and ethics, bad things tend to happen.
We had a discussion about this before, and for me, this is like a daunting thing. Like I'm tiptoeing into programming. This is a lot of times takes scraping and then analysis and maybe writing some unique code to do some of this. So if you're an early career journalist trying to get into this, where would you start? What's your advice for people who are trying to crack into this?
Yeah, it's a really daunting field. And sometimes I feel bad sort of talking about what we do at the markup, because we're a very specialized newsroom. Half of the newsroom is programmers, half is more traditional journalists. And our founding mission is really just the idea of bringing engineers and journalists together to do these types of ambitious projects. And that, just to be candid, is extremely expensive, right? And not every newsroom can afford to do that. And not every newsroom is organized around that idea. And so what I try to tell people who ask me, how could I do this on a shoestring? I always say, look, you can always start somewhere. It is really nice that we were able to have a sample size of thousands and thousands of Google search results, but you can also do something smaller. You can just like a classic example of this is Facebook. Facebook is constantly announcing, we're going to ban X type of content. And then some enterprising journalists will find, actually, no, it's still on the platform, right? I mean, this story you've read 1,000 times. And you don't need to have a giant data set, because if they say they're banning something and then something slips through, then you've already proved that they didn't ban it, right? I mean, it'd be nice to have 100 different examples, but a few will do. And so it's not true that every algorithm requires a massive data set to disprove it. And so I always say to people, just start with what you can get. And that's true. Reality is journalists have always done that, right? I mean, when you go to a diner and talk to 3 voters, you're not really talking to all the voters. You're talking to the 3 voters at the diner. And so you've already had to explain to your readers and build trust with them about why they should trust you. And honestly, like, I think most readers are not really into the diner seen anymore. They're like, look, journalists, you guys have kind of, blown our trust with that one. But I think there are other places where we can say like, look, here's I think the most important thing as a journalist is to be clear about what you know and what you don't know. So we have a section we write in every one of our stories called limitations. And it literally just says, these are the limitations of our findings, right? Even with a data set as large as the Google one, there are limitations, right? There's no way to know if we had an appropriate sample of Google searches, because how would you know how many searches are available out there? What would be a random sample of them? And so we had to say, look, we just used their trending topics as our search sample, and that could or could not be representative, but Google doesn't make a representative sample available. And so as long as you acknowledge what you don't know, then I think the reader trusts you. I think it's when you don't acknowledge that is where we lose trust with readers.
I also think there's a myth about tech coverage that you have to be super technical to cover tech. In many communities, I feel like who's going to look at the consequences of tech to a community, right? So for example, when you think about Asian Americans, and this is sort of like a long fight for me, is we were perceived to be high income earners, right? So where's the data, right, to support that? And all the data is skewing toward that. But when in fact that 12.6% of Asian Americans live below poverty, right? So when that data is not constantly being talked about, there are consequences to community who won't have access to the resource, right? So when you think about, a really good tech local reporter should go to your communities. How did this piece of technology affect the day-to-day life of the community that you intend to serve? So when I was at Knight, we had this giant AI and news initiative. One of the grants that I was really happy that I got to make was to the Seattle Times, to one of the reporters who now work for the Center for Public Integrity. She covered how AI impact lower wage worker. So she talked about the nervousness of truck drivers, with the relationship of autonomous vehicles. They're looking at how, folks who work at CVS and your toll booth collector are thinking, are they going to have a job? Who's going to determine my shift, right? Those are the things that really matters to your community. So when we talked about, tech coverage, I think there's a perception that it has to be from that sort of like big platform perspective. It doesn't have to be.
Can I add a story about this Asian American myth that you're talking about high income? One of the first algorithmic accountability stories that I did when I was at ProPublica was about Princeton Review. So they sell basically SAT prep classes, and they have online classes in addition to their in-person classes. So if you went to their website, they actually made you put in your zip code before they gave you a price. And what people noticed was there were different prices for different zip codes. And so we used automation to put in every single zip code in America and do an analysis. And what we saw was that there was this weird thing where there were places where there was high prices and places low prices, and they would sometimes they were varied within a city. And so we were looking at the census data to see what was the thing that made a difference. And honestly, the only thing we could find was percent of Asians. In areas with higher percent of Asian population, they were charging higher prices because I think of this perceived idea that Asians have higher incomes. But in fact, the census data showed that those were not higher income areas. Actually, there was Queens, they were really low. It was a lower income area, and the highest prices were in Queens. And so the thing about that story, I would say, is we did it comprehensively nationwide. But if you were in a city and you just saw a website that has you put in the zip code before you get a price, you should enter all the zip codes in your city and see, because there is still a way to do a story like that locally.
Right. Yeah, I love that. And I learned this term from you guys, this high human stake tech. So what is that, and why should we care about it?
Yeah. So one of the challenges of a small place like the Markup is that we have to pick what stories we're going to do. We're a very expensive newsroom because we have programmers. They cost a lot of money. We use a lot of tech tools. And so we have to pick what stories we're going to do because there's algorithms and big tech is everywhere. And so we choose our stories based on how high are the human stakes? Meaning, how important is this? So for instance, people think about big tech, and we certainly do stories about Google and Amazon, et cetera. But actually, some of the most impactful stories we've done are not about things you would think of as big tech. So we did this story last year about mortgage approval algorithms. So when you go get a mortgage these days, it's sort of like going, you know how when you go to the airline attendant at the desk and she says, you ask a question and then she types for like 20 minutes and then she comes back and says yes or no. And it's like, she's like, the computer told me yes or no. That's how the mortgage is nowadays. Like they just type and then they're like, okay, the computer says you can have the mortgage or not. And so we wanted to look at, well, what are those algorithms doing? Because actually they're the results of that decision, they have to file with the CPFB, which is the Financial Protection Board. And so they released that data publicly. And so we looked at the approval algorithms and we sorted it by race, income, et cetera, and found that actually a Black applicant and a white applicant with the exact same financial characteristics, the Black applicant was like multiple times more likely to be rejected for that mortgage than the white applicant. And that was true for actually most races, for Latin, Latino, even Asian. And so there was a huge disparity in those algorithms. And that's what I call a high human stakes algorithm, because if you don't get a mortgage, that's a really big deal in your life, right? If you don't get the perfect Google search results, like that sucks, but like you could probably work your way around it. And so we always try to find these algorithms that are in places you might not have thought of, but are really important to human thriving.
Paul, you talked a little bit about being pitched ads. I mean, that's another thing with tech. Like we don't think about the algorithms behind like our Instagram feed, that like what we're being served up. How do you go about viewing what's coming into like your feeds, and how do you view it as from like the algorithmic side?
So I think I sort of make a decision in my head that I'm just like, okay, I'm pitchable. Just pitch me. I know. I sort of gave up, like to try to even like moderate my algorithm. I'm just like, they're gonna pitch me wherever they pitch me. But because of my last name, sometimes people will pitch me things that in Chinese, which I don't like. I have a reading level of a third grader in Chinese, and so like I end up getting like voicemail in Mandarin, which I don't speak because I'm from Hong Kong and we speak Cantonese to these stuff. And so I think when I think about, how they even racially profile you is such interesting sort of like characteristic, because you're already predestined on, some platform, some person who tried to push a product in terms of what type of consumer you are. And I think these have sort of like huge consequences, right? Like the mortgage story is one thing. There's also when Maria talked about the trafficking, right, is another, right? You don't think about how technology is ruling every single aspect of life. And a lot of these are not dictated by Google and Amazon. It's sort of these off-the-shelf computer systems that someone is pushing. If you just go around any conferences, like I think the lingo changes, like 5 years ago, it's all like algorithm. Now it's like AI this and AI that. And I call like, there's a lot of junk AI, right? Like, is it really AI or is it like dumb AI? And, people are just pushing you these things. And you really have to ask yourself like, what you see is not the reality. It's just really a splinter of what the reality can be. And you can't trust what's on your app to be the standards or the benchmark, right? So for example, how many of you have WhatsApp? Okay, how many of you have Viper? Viper is huge in like Belarus, Indonesia, Ukraine, right? That's a messaging app for a lot of Eastern European. For anyone who's Asian, you're gonna have WeChat, right? You might, if you're Korea, then you have like Kakao Talk. So whatever you're using is only representing a fraction of what the reality is. Then you just have to trust that your tech is not the standard benchmark except for like you and some other folks.
Let's talk about that junk AI. I love that. I mean, I learned this on a project. We're analyzing state legislation and doing word string matches. And it's hard to explain to people. It was only as strong as what we taught it to match with. So how does the data itself start to fail if you're like feeding it bad data? You talked about this with like the Google facial recognition. Like how does that get off track?
Yeah, one of the reasons that there's bias in a lot of algorithmic systems is because the algorithms are taught to quote learn from a data set. So essentially the algorithm is given a whole bunch of data and they say to the computer, look for patterns, right? And then they come up with these solutions. And so the famous example of Google had this image recognition database, which apparently did not have a lot of Black people in it. And so then when some Black people showed up in it, they were tagged by this system as gorillas, because that was sort of whatever they had learned. They had more animal gorillas in their system than, and so it had learned this terrible pattern. And this is and of course, Google said sorry and tried to fix it and, this and that. And it ultimately came down to the fact, though, that they had just used a pretty homogeneous data set that wasn't representative of the population and trained their AI on it. And that's how the bias got baked into that system. The problem is that if there's no oversight and no standards for these algorithms, then that just happens all the time. This story that I wrote in 2016 at ProPublica was an analysis of a criminal risk scoring system that is actually widely used in Wisconsin called Compass. And it is used to determine if a defendant accused of a crime is likely to commit a future crime. And already that's suspicious, right? Like our criminal system is supposed to judge you on what you have done, not what you're going to do in the future. But this is widely used. And it's used across this country, but in Wisconsin, they have a special thing where they use it at every step. So when you're arrested, it's used, and then it's also used at sentencing. And all these people had said, this is clearly going to be biased, right? Because when you train this data on a system where minority communities are over policed, what the system is looking for basically is the likelihood you'll be arrested in the future. Well, if you're Black, the likelihood you're going to be arrested in the future is higher. We just know that because of the way our policing is. And yet at the time that I did this analysis in 2016, there was no independent analysis of this system or any of the others. So we did a Freedom of Information Act request, got 17,000 scores from a jurisdiction in Florida that was using it. And then we actually went and did the work of trying to figure out, had the people gone on to commit the future crimes? Like, was the prediction accurate? So it was only 60% accurate, which I have to say, like, I personally, as a journalist, if I was 60% accurate, I would be fired from my job. Also, it was biased in the times that it was wrong. That 40%, it was twice as likely to label a Black defendant incorrectly as a likely future offender when they weren't. And it was twice as likely to give a white defendant a pass and say they're low risk when in fact they actually went on to be high risk. And so it was a biased piece of software. And it learned that because honestly, if I was a piece of software that had to judge whether somebody was going to be arrested in the future, you would use race because it is actually very predictive in our system because that's how our policing system works. So the problem is the algorithm itself is not really at fault. It's reflecting our society. But the problem with that is it's not just reflecting it, it's cementing those inequalities and making them opaque and not disputable. Because how do you go to court and say, the system says I'm a 7 of risk on 1 to 10, but I'm really a 2. Like there's no way to argue that. In fact, that case went to the Supreme Court in Wisconsin. This guy was sentenced, and part of his sentence was based on him having a high risk score in Compass. And ultimately, the case basically said, well, the Supreme Court said, well, these scores should have warning labels on them so that judges don't overly rely on them, which was sort of like kind of a win, but not really, right? I mean, because you still can't go in and make an argument like I'm not a 7, I'm a 3. Like,
I mean, I would say, so when I was at the AP and other places, I will ask my data journalists to keep interrogating the data, because when you use the word data, and especially once the data get visualized too and being broadcast like on the internet, it literally make it seem is undisputable, is objective, when data itself is not. Because we're humans, we are flawed. So everything we create will have a flaw in it. And that's just life, and it's okay, right? But somehow when we talk about data, like editors, it's just like, oh, I got this data. I'm just like, okay, is the data like we confirming whoever's collecting's point of view, like what part of the data is missing. Like what's missing is equally important than what's there. And that's a question I feel like we don't ask a lot in the newsroom, right? Especially some editors like, I got this great data from like this report. I'm like, okay, who paid for that? Like, do they have a point of view? Do we know? And if we don't, like, do you really want to go down that route? So I would say for like anyone who's sort of like in newsroom, just make sure you interrogate and really ask some of the very basic question is, who funded this collection of data? And look at their history. Are they trying to reaffirm a particular positioning? Or are they really doing like, quote unquote, the world good?
Right. We just had a case at USA Today where something was challenged and we went back and said, okay, where's this from? Oh, it's from CMS. It's government data. It's fine. Well, how do you get it? Well, it's self-reported. Oh, okay. Is it mandatory? No. Okay. All right. So like we're already like 3 steps away from what we thought was a really reliable data set. What about the lack of data? I mean, where do you think we are on? It seems like we're collecting data, just tons and tons of data, but is the lack of data in some places hurting equity in tech?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, data is political. Who collects it is a political choice. It's not a coincidence that everyone is constantly struggling to identify and catalog police violence because there's no political will to collect that data, right? That's why no governments are collecting these data. That's why the Washington Post had to do a 7-year series of themselves collecting it to try to build a database about police violence. And that's just one example. There are most of the things that are important that we want to know about in the world that those are not having data collected. The data that's being collected is the data that's commercially useful, right? All that information about our habits online that advertisers want, well, that's being collected. It's not being shared with us, but it is being collected, monetized, sold, traded, et cetera. But the important questions, which is like, how is injustice playing out, right? How are police abusing their powers? How are different institutions being biased? No one's collecting that. And so one of the things we do at the markup is we often have to I can't even think of a time that we didn't have to build our own data set. Like maybe the mortgage one was, there was a piece of the data that was already available at CPFB, but then we had to merge it with the census data. But basically important questions, you have to go and ask those questions yourselves. I mean, data is just information. Journalists go out and ask people questions. That's data collection, right? All data is kind of a word for doing that at scale, right? And so you wouldn't outsource asking those questions to somebody else. You wouldn't be like, oh, hey, Brookings Institute, why don't you just go do my reporting for me, right? Which is essentially what you do if you take their data set unquestioned.
I think when the data come in too perfect, I always think is like, this is a red herring. Like there's something wrong with it. I mean, I would say a lot of really good journalism data, you have to collect it and you have to structure it yourself. Last year for the Center for Public Integrity, we FOIA every single state on how kids are being criminalizing in in schools as young as 1st and 2nd grader, right? Well, those are the data that they don't necessarily just publish. And what we found was, not surprising, Black and brown kids get referred to police a lot more. But what we thought was really interesting is also students with disability also get referred to the police at a much higher rate. And, when they do that, that has consequences for like that student's entire trajectory, right? Really good data you have to work for. So I would say there's no such thing like easy data. When it's easy, then it's probably not that great.
So let's think about these big companies that are really in control of the tech sphere. I mean, do you have to live in Silicon Valley to cover them, or do you get a leg up if you're in the Valley?
Well, I grew up in Silicon Valley and I founded the markup in New York deliberately, because I think that when you live in Silicon Valley, it's just so easy to get captured by the sort of conventional wisdom there and to see everything through the lens of personality. So things become less about how does this affect humans and more about, is Mark Zuckerberg winning or is Jeff Bezos winning, right? Like, and I definitely experienced that when I was a reporter right after college in Washington, DC. And I, as a couple years on Capitol Hill, and I just realized like everything kind of ends up being very political in terms of the horse race, who's winning, who's up, who's down. And that makes sense because if you're trying to predict whether a bill will be successful or whether a product will be successful, then you need to know who's up, who's down. That is a political calculation that there is a role for that in journalism. But I think for a newsroom that's focused on accountability, which is what we are, I think you need to be focused on the impact on the people who are affected. And that means having a little bit of distance from the sort of hoopla and the sort of all the hype about the technology and more of a focus on who's being harmed, talking to the people on the ground. I really believe there was a lot of talk in the earlier panels about how what I call parachute journalism or whatever it is, where you just like jump into a community you don't know anything about. One thing I really believe in is that whenever you as a reporter are doing a story like that, you should just find a partner in local media, because if you go into a situation thinking you know about it, you are wrong. Like one of the things we do with data sets is we always find an expert in the field to help us vet that data, because I believe so strongly in domain expertise. If you can look at a mortgage data set and think you understand it, but until you talk to an expert on mortgages, you're going to realize that this entire column that you thought meant one thing, you were wrong about. And so it's really important to partner with local communities, appreciate their viewpoints. And I think that involves not being located in Silicon Valley. There are great reporters there who manage to get their heads out of it. But just in terms of setting up an institution, I decided it would be better to be somewhere outside of there.
I would go back to my earlier statement. When you cover tech, is not covering the tech companies, covering what they're doing and the consequences you have on the communities. So whether you're in New York or Silicon Valley, there will always be communities that's impacted by it, both good and bad. And so I would say take that empathetical approach about what is this piece of technology and how does it impact across the community, from the person that you basically don't really interact with on a daily basis to the people that you interact with the most. And in fact, I would say the people that you see in background from your day-to-day life, those are the folks that would be super interesting to find out how does technology dictate their everyday life in a meaningful way or in a negative way.
So if you've done your big project and you've talked to these communities and you're showing the impact, you still need these companies to change, right? So how do you get them to listen? And why? And if they're not listening, what do we have to do more of to get them to listen?
Oh, I feel like that's a whole different panel.
Well, unfortunately, we're in an era of rising corporate impunity. And so, it's hard to get corporations to change because they don't feel the pressure in particularly in tech, where there's very little to no regulation. And so, Facebook occasionally gets shamed into changing some dial or lever, right? Because people get mad. But then almost always it turns out that it wasn't really an effective change, or that didn't work, or they didn't really do it properly. And that's why we're seeing, more legislation, right? Congress is considering all sorts of measures of breaking up companies to regulating them more heavily. The most consequential law for technology, I think, in the history of the world was passed last week by the European Union. They are actually going to start regulating tech aggressively in a way that no one has done yet. And so I think we're just entering an era where people are understanding that this sector, which obviously has brought us great technology and we all wouldn't want to live without our phones, et cetera, but at the same time, they have been allowed to operate without any constraints, right? And I think lawmakers around the world are trying to put in some constraints now.
I would say, whether it's tech or something else, and this is something I firmly believe in, we sort of have this bias that journalism could just change things. And I believe that, at least for the Center for Public Integrity, we have sort of recraft our mission and basically say, how do we empower people to take action on the journalism that we create? And I think that's a question you have when you have tech is, yes, you could write a piece, it might change, policymaker, but you have to think about who are the people that you need to empower in your community so they take actions, right? The quickest way to get like a tech company to change something probably is motivate every single PTA in America to say, no, we don't want this, right? Like they will probably mobilize and put 10 times more pressure than a piece of article, right? And even if a policy change, the question to ask is, how is this policy being enforced in a way that's equitable, right? Because there's policy that's done in federal level that's not being enforced locally. So what's the point? So I think I would encourage you to think about, there are people who we could empower with our journalism to make the change, and we don't have to do this ourselves. And I feel like sometimes we think we have to do everything ourselves.
You talked about reaching some of those people. So I think you mentioned a DEI audit that you've done even for sourcing. So how do you go about doing that, and what does that do for you?
Yeah, we've been doing a DEI audit on sourcing at the Markup. We haven't finished it because it's a lot of work, it turns out. But it is something that's really important, especially in tech, because it's so the default people to quote, the default people to talk to are the supposed experts are often look very much like the people in the industry. And so trying to find a broader array of sources is good. That said, the thing that's really interesting about the world of AI and algorithmic critique, it's actually led by women of color. And so it's actually this awesome thing where in that particular space, there's almost, I'm sure there are men, but I just actually can't think of any at the moment. It's like a very woman-led field by women who are engineers, experts, et cetera. But it is, it's been really fun to watch. And maybe that's because the issues are so glaring that it required, it demanded such a response.
I mean, just think about all the dating app is really oriented around like the male perspective. Right?
Yes.
I would say, a good place to follow is the Algorithmic Justice League. So they actually do a lot of accountability and criticism of those work. So they are out there.
Do you see people like tiptoeing into this? And do you think there are people leading the way? Obviously the markup system, you've dedicated your whole piece to this, but I mean, are there where do you see openings for people to increase their coverage of this in big or small media?
I mean, I thought it was really great. I think it's great. Like I didn't know about the Injustice Watch work. And I think it's so inspiring to see that people at all levels in journalism are realizing that they can take a more systemic view, because that's actually what I think data allows you to do more than anything, is get beyond the anecdote and say, no, this is actually a systemic issue, because you have enough data, you have a sample size where you can make that claim. And I think it's really important to take the narrative, although journalism and narrative storytelling relies on the trope of a villain, the fact is that is just, there are definitely villains out there and we should definitely catch them and write about them. But there's also a lot of this that is just incompetence, laziness, and structural racism that's just embedded in our systems. And we need to confront that too. And I think data journalism at all levels can help you do that. Just like the ticketing stories from ProPublica, right? Those all can contribute to a systemic analysis.
Yeah, I mean, I just think when you think about again, I just have this issue of like sort of ghettoizing, like only the people who are covering tech could do this, which is not true, right? Like tech touches everything. Just like during the pandemic, everyone has to report COVID in one way or the other. So I would sort of encourage you guys to like break down the silos, like anyone could cover any aspect of tech in your beat. And in fact, you should. And I would say, you could learn the basics of data, right? That's easy. You could learn the basics of how programming languages work. Like you don't have to know how to program, but understand how programming languages work will help you understand in terms of how developers and the technologists approach problems. And how they think about the solutions, because in the end, like tech is really right now, especially a lot of technologies feel like it's really binary, right? It's like they have to learn from something, like from a collection of something is either yes or no. They haven't gotten to the point where, I mean, some have gotten to a point of maybes, but I would say like we're still at the age of like very binary decision making.
Are there like tech, I guess they're like underlying algorithms that we don't see impacting us? And do you think is that like the next step where we're gonna have to just look for these more often? Or what has you concerned that's gonna kind of sneak up on us if we're not watching?
Honestly, there's so many algorithms everywhere that it's really scary, right? Because what I've noticed is institutions really enjoy putting in these algorithms because it means they don't have to explain their decisions. And so it is like, oh, the computer made that decision, it's science. And then like that human doesn't have to take responsibility. So what is weird about algorithmic decision-making is that it's actually creeping in more often to the more difficult decisions like child welfare and criminal justice system and all those systems where there's really important human decisions being made. That's where the algorithms are coming first. And those are often places that are really opaque and hard to get to. And so I'm very concerned about that, but I'm also really concerned about a whole other thing, which is, there's basically like this bifurcation of society, which you may have noticed, right? There's like the 1% and then there's everybody else, and it's getting wider. And honestly, what's happening is there's a class of people who are not subjected to algorithms. Like when they call customer service, like that's a person they're talking to. And then basically there's an injustice about who is subjected to these, right? The people who are subjected to this automated screening are often the poor people, Black and brown communities, people with less power. And so actually the injustice is just whether you were subjected to this or not.
Yeah, it's interesting to think like the call tree, when you're pushing the button, that's an algorithm. You're getting funneled into whatever automated system, right? All right, Paul, what has you nervous?
I'm actually really nervous about sort of like on a global level, internet, right? Like back then, it's just sort of like China and then the rest of the world. But now you see that like there's a Russian version and European, version that's different than sort of like the US. So that means, the great philosophy that the internet is founded on is no longer true. It become these sort of like digital kingdoms. And so that's what I'm worried about. And then to take a very like dystopian feel, I feel like at some point we all gonna live in like a platform where our life is dictated around one platform. Like you like the Amazon land, right? Like you have like Alexa and you have Prime and everything is sort of like dictated about Amazon. And then there are the Google people and then there's the Apple people. So I'm sort of like really afraid that like these tech become, it's sort of like, what is that movie where they have like actually every Truman Show? Oh no, I was thinking like every single teenage movie where they have like fractions.
They talk about like feudal warlords, basically. Like each
Pretty
one
much,
of us
yeah.
would be I'm in the Amazon camp with like fortified gates.
So that's sort of my like dystopia view, where like if this is not being checked, like it is heading there because there's a fight for each one of these platforms to dominate every single aspect of your life.
All right, so how do we where's the silver bullet? Like how do we counteract that? Like, do we need more reporters? Do we need smarter? Do we need to train our AI to be faster? How do we head them off?
Fund journalism.
But just go out and live life. Sometimes you don't have to bring your phone with you.
Excellent. Well, let's take some questions. I think it would be a great time for that if we have some. Super long one. We have one over here, one over here.
Right here.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I was wondering if you could discuss some of the more notorious examples of how tech is being misused. I was thinking specifically of these concepts of social credit, particularly as it's being applied by the Chinese regime today.
Yeah, the social credit system that has been announced in China is controversial, but it is not entirely clear how widely it's been deployed, but it is definitely feels like science fiction. This idea that you would be rated on sort of bad behavior like jaywalking, and then that would affect you financially. Some people have argued, though, that that's actually like they just didn't have a good fining system for jaywalking. And so they were just sort of setting up a proxy for what we might have, which would be just like a police giving you a ticket. So I think it sort of remains to be seen what is happening on the ground with the social credit system. And I think it's partly because all the journalists were kicked out of China that we don't really know. But I would say that in general, it's extremely worrisome, right? Because we already have these data brokers who amass huge amounts of information about us, and they sell and buy and trade it. And that information does get and affect us, right? That is affects our ability to see opportunities. Until very recently, for instance, Facebook was allowing advertisers to basically have this little drop-down menu where they could just say in their ad, don't show this to Black people, right? And it was only after I wrote about that particular issue for 3 years that they got rid of the drop-down menu. And is like, really, guys, you know, like we could make this a little harder, right? Discrimination could just be a little harder.
Maybe not a checkbox.
Going off of Paul's observation about the splinternet, about like kind of nationally siloed, systems, what are kind of the global dimensions of kind of looking at surveillance, for example, and looking at algorithmic bias? Julia, I'm very intrigued by what the European Union's doing, but I also read that they only plan to have like 300 regulators at first, and they're going to need a lot more than that to accomplish what they're setting out to do.
Yeah, I mean, the EU has a history of making grand pronouncements and passing amazing sounding laws like the GDPR, which was going to provide all this privacy protections, and then not enforcing them. They have said they're going to enforce this one more. We'll see. But in terms of the splintering of the internet, it's a really interesting question because Eric Schmidt has been raising this for a long time and saying, he's the former Google CEO, and he says, we're going to have the internet breaking into all these different like silos, and it won't be a global interconnected place like it was before. But I think that, first of all, that isn't totally true. Right now, people in Russia and the Ukraine are still finding ways to get information, and we're finding ways to get information to them. The internet it has a lot of nooks and crannies, right? So you can find your way through. And also, it raises an interesting question of whether there should be this global platform, because honestly, one of the main problems of places like Facebook and Google is that they want to have one standard for regulating speech around the world. They want to have one set of rules. And that makes sense because for them, it's super annoying to have different rules for each country. But it's not entirely clear to me that the world should operate that way, right? Like, shouldn't we as a nation have a collective set of beliefs that we agree on and that we decide and we imbue our government with the power to enforce? And shouldn't those rules be different than other nations? And so I think, like, as the digital sphere becomes a big part of political discourse and of governing, it does make sense that there will be some boundaries and gates around it.
Julie, here's a question. So when I think about the internet, is really a problem with sort of Web 2. Where do you think Web 3 technology?
I can't believe you're bringing up Web 3. We only have like 1 minute.
Because I think a lot of people are saying that Web 3 gonna sort of be the thing that gonna, bring the internet back to its glory days.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, can I do a 1 minute spiel on Web 3? Okay. So I have about an hour's worth of information to say, but I would say this: Web 3, for those of you who don't know what it is, and nobody, by the way, knows what it is because it's a mythical place that does not exist, is the idea that we're going to have a new internet based on the blockchain. What is the blockchain, you say? Well, the blockchain is actually a place where you can basically, it's a transaction ledger. So if I pay you, Paul, for lunch and say that was awesome, there's a little notation on this blockchain that says entity, whatever I call myself, and paid entity, whatever he calls himself. So we can be anonymous, but our transaction is logged, it's irreversible, and it is publicly available. That's a cool thing. Seems awesome. It is not entirely clear to me, though, that like the world is going to suddenly change just because you can publicly log transactions. And the people who paint this world as a utopian vision, that so far, all we have really seen from this is that because these transactions are irreversible, actually what we've seen is just an enormous amount of fraud. Because if you can get somebody to come in and do an irreversible transaction, that's a great gig. And so unfortunately, there's just an enormous amount of scams and frauds right now in the world that is supposedly going to be the brave new world. That said, who knows, maybe it'll be amazing.
I try to end positive with rainbows and unicorns.
That'd be good. All right. Thank you very much. Jack will fix it.
Thank you all so much. As Nick knows from being in my class, I'm a total tech geek. So that was my nirvana right there. So I'm pleased to introduce our third and final points of view for the day. This comes from John Schlois, who's the president of the News Guild, and he's discussing finding your power as a journalist, the case for applying your ethics to your workplaces.
I'm John Schlois. I'm president of the News Guild CWA. It's a union representing more journalists than any other union in North America, with about 26,000 members. We represent journalists and media workers at places like the Washington Post, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Los Angeles Times, and places like the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, more than 250 different publications across the United States. Today, I actually want to talk about journalism ethics, specifically the Society of Professional Journalism's Code of Ethics, and actually how they relate to union activism inside the News Guild. The first of the Code of Ethics is to seek truth and report it. Back in 2013, when I joined the Los Angeles Times, I didn't know the first thing about forming a union, and now I'm the president. But what we did in that part of the early parts of the organizing in 2017 was to ask really good questions to try to figure out how we could form a union, what our legally protected rights are as workers in America, and then actually what issues were the most important with our colleagues. When you seek truth and report it in union activism, that means going around and asking your colleagues the issues that affect them the most and trying to figure out ways that you can collectively solve those issues by increasing the amount of wages, increasing the better benefits, such as healthcare or retirement, or overall improving the entire culture of the newsroom. And you do that through one-on-one conversations that are really in-depth, and then you collect those issues and you figure out kind of what are the largest issues that people are facing. Then you report that back out actually to your newsroom in the course of surveys or other communications and one-on-one conversations to show everyone, these are the issues that people talked about as most important to them, and then think of ways collectively that we can solve them. That usually amounts to us going in and bargaining for a contract, especially when we're newly organized. So we go in and we bargain for a contract or a collective bargaining agreement that sets the standard for minimum pay, for better wages, for raises, for family leave, for healthcare, for retirement, for job protections to prevent you from being fired for unjust reasons. It's also important for us when we're seeking truth and reporting it to take responsibility. This is really important stuff when we're talking about safeguarding our publications and our colleagues' jobs. So we have to take responsibility to make sure that we're being careful and thoughtful about what issues we think are the most important, and we bring those back to the bargaining committee and advance those among our entire union. It also is important for us to minimize harm. That's number 2 on the Code of Ethics. And usually that's a conversation about thinking about if we put out a story, who could be negatively impacted if that story goes out. For us, it's important to reflect inwards and think about minimizing harm inside our own newsroom. We've had more than 5,500 media workers and journalists unionized with us in the last 5 years across about 100 different publications. And a very important thing that happens is they want to actually fix the pay inequities in our newsroom. Typically in most newsrooms, women and people of color are paid less than their white male counterparts, even if they have the same amount of experience and the same age, and if they have the same job. So we have to fix those pay inequities, and that's all about minimizing harm. It's also really important that if we find issues inside our newsroom that need to be addressed because they're affecting one individual very negatively, it's important for us to rally around them. A good example of that is advancing parental leave when we have expectant families in our newsroom and making sure that we're pushing for policies and leaves that actually are appropriate to give them the time that they need when they bring a child into this world or adopt. It's also important for us to fight on equity on all fronts. So that could be also including hiring or joint diversity equity committees inside our own newsrooms that involve an equal number of workers and an equal number of managers. The next on the code of ethics is to act independently. It's important for us to avoid conflicts of interest, and our union is pretty unique compared to other unions. We don't endorse political candidates, and we don't engage in partisan politics. We do engage in efforts to actually advocate for legislation that will advance our industry and give more rights to people under the First Amendment. And we do that in a nonpartisan way because it's essential, because our reporters across the country actually report on these different politicians of different stripes. And we want to make sure that they still have the ability to do that and remain objective in that work. But it's important for us to also fight for the things that corporate greed and Wall Street firms that own a lot of newsrooms will also be advocating for, so that we can tailor them to make them better protected of the actual journalists out there on the job and increase the amount of journalists that we have in the country. It's also important for us to be accountable. That's number 4, and transparent under the Society of Professional Journalists Code of Ethics. When we're talking about that, that goes back to those conversations we have when we're seeking truth inside our newsroom. We have a lot of one-on-one conversations with our colleagues, figure out the issues, and then collect them to see what's the most important. We usually take those into bargaining for a first contract or collective bargaining agreement, and we need to report out what's actually happening in those sessions. We have to be accountable to our own colleagues and our own members, and then communicate that out with them. It's also important for us, and we have a good standard of this inside the Guild, is to be transparent during our bargaining. Usually this is called open bargaining. So the two parties basically come together, the workers and the journalists in the newsroom and management, and I guess their lawyers at some point, and they come together, they actually negotiate these agreements on wages, healthcare benefits, all those different things. And it's important for us to actually invite our members in to watch that process unfold. Typically, a lot of managers are not happy with the journalists from the rank and file newsroom being in those sessions and seeing their bad behavior. It's also really important for us to turn that accountability that we have on companies outside that we report on inward. We have to hold our own companies to account. So that means making sure, again, that there is pay equity in the newsroom and that people are treated with respect. But it also means like pointing out that if companies are making a ton of money, they're doing things like stock buybacks, or they have millions of dollars going to executive compensation, it's on us to actually make sure that we're holding them accountable to improve the wages of the folks in the newsroom and other media workers in the organization. And it's all about holding everyone to account also by raising the level of standards across the entire industry. I'm really proud of the work that News Guild members have done in advancing pay equity by actually making sure that our newsrooms are accountable and look like our communities from a demographic standpoint. And we do that through hiring procedures and interview procedures by having these joint committees. There's a lot more work that we can do, but we're actually, as Americans that work on the job, we have a lot of rights to actually form unions and then advance the issues that we think are most important. Again and again and again, with the more than 5,500 workers in media that have joined our union in the last 5 years, one of the main things that we see is they want to protect their publications and they want to protect their jobs and make everything better. That's a righteous goal, and it's about as righteous as becoming a journalist in the first place. Thank you so much for having me.
And thank you so much to J-School alum Melissa Bailey, who edited all of those wonderful points of view for us. I know I got a lot out of them, and I think it's very important to look inward when we're talking about equity and journalism. So as we wrap up this day, which I don't know about you, but it was one of the most fascinating and really challenging conferences we have ever had, maybe ever had here in the Center for Journalism Ethics. I've spent a lot of time in this room at these events, and I'm walking away with so much to think about. And I think we're all walking away with so much to do. Before we do that, I want to take a moment to remember, take a moment and pause. I'm going to get through this. I swear to God, Jim. I want to take a moment to remember the person who made all of this possible, and that is Jim Burgess. I struggled mightily in writing this reflection. Jim was more to me than the man who established the James E. Burgess Chair in Journalism Ethics, a position that I've been honored to hold since 2017. He was the man whose wry smile and little head bob, look like this kind of, put me at ease when I was questioning myself, which happens a lot. He was the man who challenged me to think big and plan long term and not get too into the weeds. Let others handle those details. Learn to delegate, Katie. And he was the guy who would toddle down State Street to my office for a chat around this little cherry table that I inherited from my dad. And those chats usually began with talk of his beloved dog, and they almost always ended with Jim saying in his little raspy voice, "Keep the fires burning." I'll be honest, I've known Jim a long time, but he intimidated the hell out of me when I first met him. He was legendary in Madison journalism, and I was a grad student still trying to find my way. He was on the J School's Board of Visitors, and my first fumbling comment to him was how excited I was that his name was James Edward because my brother is James Edward as well. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. But Jim's advice and his observations on that board and beyond, they always came unvarnished. Many people heard those unvarnished observations, but they were always spot on as well. I got Jim's points clearly, even when we didn't necessarily agree on something. Jim and I got to know each other a lot better when I came back and joined the faculty to launch an innovative new curriculum. He was really excited, genuinely excited by the prospect of that, because as he said, UW-Madison should always be a leader in what is next. And he felt that that curriculum was focusing on what's next. From that time to the last time Jim and I spoke, I never knew him to do anything other than what he thought was best for journalism, for ethics, and for our community. Newspapers were in his blood. He delivered them when he was a kid, he would tell you. He was on the staff of the Daily Cardinal while he was earning his journalism degree here at UW-Madison. He went on to 4 years in the Air Force at the dawn of the Cold War, and then returned to Wisconsin to work for Lee Enterprises, which was very familiar within his family as his dad and his grandfather had careers there as well. That work with Lee took Jim to senior positions in Iowa, Montana, here in Wisconsin, and eventually to his hometown of La Crosse, Wisconsin, where he became publisher of the La Crosse Tribune. Jim rose to become Lee's vice president for newspapers for more than a dozen years, shepherding 19 papers across the Midwest and the Western United States. He then returned to the job that I always thought he really loved the most, and that was the role of publisher here at the Wisconsin State Journal. He was there for 10 years before he retired, but I use that term retired pretty darn loosely with Jim because he seemed a lot busier after he did it than he was before. He offered his expertise and community engagement on the boards of UW Hospital and Clinics, Edgewood College, the College of Letters and Science, and the Madison Center for the Arts. He was especially dedicated to the development of the Overture Center for the Arts, along with a woman both Jim and I mutually admire beyond measure, the indomitable Carol Toussaint. When Jim wasn't in Madison, I knew he was off to his other favorite places, Montana, or the family's place up on Le Coudray Lake. And that's near Hayward. Jim and I once had is it in Hayward or near Hayward? He would not like me not knowing that fact. But Jim and I once had a huge laugh when I told him that when I was little, my family's ski trips went up that way and they included a raucous rhyme that ended with "From Hayward to Hurley to Hell." We revisited that line a lot. I knew Jim loved to hunt and fish, but I thoroughly enjoyed it when his family labeled him a super putzer who always had something to fix. And now that I look back, that seems to be a shared bond between Jim and me. We were both people who saw something to fix. We valued each other because we were doers, and we trusted each other because we were honest. There was the time Jim suggested to me that the center create some kind of badge or credential. He looked at me across that little cherry table in my office and said, "I can see from your face, that's not a good idea." I guess I don't have a poker face. And then there was a time I suggested to Jim that the center undertake this massive effort on social media platform ethics. And he looked at me across that same table and said, "Have you found a way to clone yourself times 10? When I read the beautiful obituary that Jim's family wrote to honor him, I felt that bond between us even more deeply. Here's how it ended. Jim loved a good wind, a sharp chainsaw, his family, Johnny Walker Red, good and plenty candies, bathing in the lake, his dogs, his toys, holding forth at the dinner table, Madison journalism, his lifelong friends, and of course, his wife, Kathy. Jim had his priorities straight. He knew what was truly important, and he lived those priorities every day that I knew him. One of the reasons I found this reflection so difficult to write is that I kind of feel Jim would be sort of pissed at me for doing it. I can't even tell you the number of times he said to me that he wanted no, quote, trumpets and fanfare, that was his phrase, about a gift he made to the center or an idea he had that we were acting on. He would say to me, "This is not about me." I want to close with a moment that demonstrates this with crystal clarity. Some of you may be well aware that some donors in journalism like to throw their weight around, and in academia too, shocker. They want to say in how things are done, who's hired, what is taught. When I became the director of the center, Jim toddled down State Street back to my office for a talk around that small cherry table. He wanted to make clear to me how James E. Burgess was going to direct the James E. Burgess Chair in Journalism Ethics. And that was not at all. He said to me, and I'll never forget it, "You may seek my counsel, but you may never ask my permission." Jim, I'm forever grateful for the trust you invested in me and the legacy you built through this center. It will carry on its vital work long beyond both of us. I miss you, and I hope somewhere you see that I'm proud to honor you, but I left the trumpets and the fanfare out. I made it without a tissue. Okay, left the pocket pack over there. On that, I know Jim, he would be absolutely thrilled at what happened here today. We got challenging advice. We got practical advice. We got new ideas. We made new connections. We had the most diverse lineup of people and ideas that we have ever had for this conference. I am grateful to everyone who made that possible, including our sponsors, including our board members, including the amazing speakers who joined us. I'm grateful to Krista, I'm grateful to our student fellows, and I'm grateful to all of you, both here and out in the ether, for joining us. I will speak only for myself, not for anyone else, but this is a conference that will last with me in my work within the center, in my teaching, in my outreach, forever. So thank you to all of you. I am deeply, deeply grateful. And that's it. You're free to go. Class dismissed.